what's happening? New Sabbath. Um,
Um, I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. Um, my dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Um, yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So um, it's been, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and handle to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua, Tua, Tua. So peace and love.
But I just wanted to say Dua and Hinu to the House of Aten for allowing me to do this in the first place. Because if not for a certain spell I found in one of the classes, I wouldn't have found my wife over here, and I wouldn't have been able to have my son.
I did say Tua for your 3rd year anniversary of the teachings of my yacht and your Tehuti podcast. I wanted to say heck gratitude to you and your Hemti Makit, your side Ras, your side T's, to your supporters. Thank you for your dedication, for your discipline, your consistency, and echoing my yacht and teaching us to do the same thing. For keeping the Sakim Eve and teaching us to Tamet, Kuai, and Pekka M. Ku. It's a great honor, and I just want to give you my gratitude, man. It's been a great journey. I appreciate your guidance and helping me become a Ba-Ankh, a great Netzer, and taking care of my Oud. And to us, your Oud and everybody, all your Marie ones, I really appreciate you. I appreciate the panel, your consistency, your dedication, your time, your energy. Man, teaching us how to eat, how to work out, how to build. And you know, when there's nothing to stand on, we stand on my yacht and be men my yacht. That's a great honor though. For your books, Stepping Out the Matrix. I still go back and read that often too though. It's like when you learn so much and then you go back and reread something, it's like, wow. You don't notice how deep it is until you recollect it. So man, I just wanted to give you my honor, my gratitude. Head gratitude. Sorry about my beard sweating. I just gotta finish a little workout. But yes. Head gratitude, much Marie, Sakim, Ankh Uja Seneb, Memaya, Saba, Atef, Nefer, Nesser, Tehuti, Hinu, Hotep.
Henu, Hotep, Saba. Just wanted to say hi and also wanted to give you your due praises. Since coming across your podcast, I've not only learned to discipline myself a little better and become more accountable for the things that I do and put forth in my life. It's just been a great experience overall. The knowledge you're spreading is pure truth, and you send it to us with a pure Eve, and we thank you for that. Ever since this podcast, it's been life-changing. My life's been so much better. If you've been depressed or if you've been feeling low or feeling down, feel like life is just not worth living or anything like that, I promise you, come to this class, come get this knowledge from Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, and it will definitely change your life. When things wouldn't go my way in life, say I was hitting some type of financial burden, some type of issue with family, I would get depressed. And since learning from Saba Tehuti's class, I no longer go through that anymore. I'm more calm. I'm able to step back, take a breath, analyze the issues I have set forth in front of me and try to solve them. I do still have days where I might cry or I might feel sad. I still feel emotions, but I don't feel like I want to end my life. I don't want to discontinue my life or discontinue living for that matter anymore. I used to feel that way whenever I would get into a deep depression. I would just want to go to sleep and never wake up. And now I can't wait to wake up. I want to see what Saba has left to say. I want to see what more information I can learn. It's motivational. It gives you something to look forward to. And not only that, but it helps with self-improvement. This is better than any self-help book you can find at the library, honestly. But that's my testimony. And so, Henu, to you, Saba, Nini Uk, for all of the things that you do for us and continue to do. And thank you for being such a great model to follow after and bringing this knowledge of the Neteru to us. I'm forever grateful.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
If you're but look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Mad, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod Class. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podcast on YouTube.
That's your words? stand on
That's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JT. That was not the
I'm
topic.
talking about the whole war. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same thing about a rule and the same thing about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Ankset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
Wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you don't. You're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right.
And
Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. And I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Answer
the question. You're not answering the question. Is it? Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm gonna ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari, has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the son. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up, how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you because of your they don't see that you have a war pose like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So.
Saying is Tehuti gave our audience a teaching, something that we had never dealt with, which is the Turin papyrus. Saying is Tehuti gave our audience a teaching, something that we had never dealt with, which is the Turin papyrus.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him, Reggie was there helping him, Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing him.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonnetter's platform, Sonnetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know, he took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
Let me be
very clear. I have never had an official date with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kamika.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari.
Sonetter didn't want this to be allowed.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry, when you beat Floyd, you don't get his title? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married segment. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the podcast, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this.
Let me know if you're here. whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from what was it? Was it 90? What year was that?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Oxafek, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of them daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around, acting whatever. Yo, we
Check. Mic check. I'm gonna come off the screen and do a sound check. Hold on. Check. Press 9 if you can hear me. In a moment, you'll be able to see me. Press 9 if you can hear me. Let me come back to the screen. Press a 9 if you can hear me. It will take a moment, then the 9s will come up. Make sure that it's not locked. They all popped up at once. There we go. Robert Williams with the 9. Hey, Atum, the Nomadic with a 9. 432 with a 9. Ramesses all the way from Nigeria with a 9. Drip Skylark, making sure he never misses a class with a 9. And Amunet Kat Sank Tehuti. Okay, excellent. Go ahead and put these on the screen. Atum says, peace to the class. Matep Hanu Saba. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. Let's begin. I'm going to start with the affirmation. Are there any new people in the room today? If you're new, press a 7. Any new watchers of the room? Nupu, also known as Kesbetu. Any new people? Press a 7. I will just greet you, give you a heartbeat. It's all positive frequency over here. Okay, we are going to begin with the lovely affirmation, and then we're going to get right into it. It's going to be, this is one of those classes, Tehuti and his questions and other questions that came in from the past, put into this. There we go.
There we go. Now we can start the class. FRB. FRB, have you ever missed a class? I don't think FRB FRB Supreme Mod L has never, I don't think he's ever missed a class. Zep Tepi is here every class too. Yeah, there's his Zep Tepi always gives us support. He'll give us support with the name of a netter. Usually it's female. Heru Nefer, number 72. You want to learn for the first time, everybody. People have spoken about the number 72 being a sacred number, and we're going to get, Tehuti does, straight to what the ancestors say. We're going to do the affirmation and then get right started. It's a warm one in here. Okay, here we go. Woo. FRB put swirling hearts. Okay, wonderful. Let's get started, everybody. Oh, sorry. I'm saying sorry to somebody beneath me that you all can't see right now. Sorry about that. I nicked him. Okay, here we go. Let's start with the positive frequency of the affirmation. We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Ankim Ma'at, on NS, Nintet Aset and Ma'at, Min Hapapet and Ma'at, Her and Hukiui, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day, I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're back. Okay. All right, every beautiful one, every beautiful people. We have Amun in the room. I don't think he's ever missed a class. Uncle Justineb or Saba. Hanu from Kesbetu. And we have FRB saying Ashe. And when it says Uncle Justineb or, oh, did I read that one? Oh, her and Amun type the same thing sometimes. I don't know who I read. Okay, Uncle Justineb or Saba, and he was Uncle Justineb or Saba Tehuti. Okay, wonderful. Right on time. I think she's been to every class since her first class. Is that correct? Lady Snake? I think every class since, what did you see me from? Empire 363? I think every class since you've been here. Beautiful thing. Okay, shout out to Oya Shango Lady. Wonderful. Peace and love to everybody. You got new comments, but it's not showing. That's strange. It's not going down. Okay. Uncle Justinab, Shu and Ma'at Saba Tehuti. And Oya Shango Lady says, yes, with a purple heart. Big love to you, Saba. And big love to you all the way in Nigeria. All right, wonderful, beautiful people. It's another one. It's going to be another lovely experience. It's, this is the questions that we're going to go over today. Again, seems like every other class is definitely a question that leads to the feminine aspect and the truth on it based on what the actual ancestors say. And this class is the same thing. The questions that came in from the good brother Tehuti, he always asks nation building questions that If we take all of his questions and put the answers to his questions, there's step-by-step on how to run a community, on the aspects of responsibility, spirituality, and so many things he's asked, hindsight, so many questions. And this is going to be another one of those. Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to Oba Femi. ZFW Slim with the Nigeria shout out. Shout out to Oba Femi 100%. Yay. Excellent, excellent. Let me check something here. Podcast downloads. It's not showing the class. Male and female gender. Okay, we'll get to it. No problem. Okay, FRB says, is your throat okay, Saba? Maybe get some tea, huh? With a diamond. My throat is interesting. I woke up and the window over me was open, and it was a cold evening, and I felt this here. And I said, usually when I wake up and feel the thing here, I do something in the morning to myself, and it goes down. This time it didn't, so it's making me talk strange. So I'm gonna keep my raising a voice, although I don't much, but I'm keep my tempo low for this class, and do what I have to do afterwards. And Nanny makes me some remedies and whatnot, and usually I get rid of this with my mind, but it must have been extra wind extra wind last night. But thank you for your love, and thank you for your concern and inquiry. RPM, my brother, says, I catch a cold if I sleep in cold air. Yeah, I almost do. I don't ever get the cold, but I just get my gland swells, and then I do a particular mental thing to my body, and the gland goes down. But sometimes it can't be a superhero every single day. So we'll see. They need something. But regardless, this is Min Ma'at, and I could have a sore throat. It's been -8 degrees outside in areas that I've lived in. It's been freezing point. I was outside teaching in the snow up to my ankles. Min Ma'at, I just continue, and I never give excuses of why not to come to the pod class unless it is extremely serious. So I will be here even if something is happening with my throat. I'm still going to give you an hour and a half class. That is what I do. So everybody, peace and love. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Peace and love to everybody in the class. All the love, Mary Healing, energy to you, Saba, from Amun and I. You're unstoppable. No one does it like you. Sorry, Mary Healing with a Band-Aid? A healing Band-Aid, a heart, a healing Band-Aid, and three Netzer axes. And FRB says, maybe get some blue stones or blue necklace to protect your throat chakra. Blue heart chakra. Okay. Thank you all for all of your love and concern. And we're going to go through this class like as if nothing is wrong. And who knows, by the end of the class, maybe it'll be better. I'll be definitely doing something on my break. But at any rate, 30 people in the room. I'm going to ask again, are there any new people in the room? And I'm going to greet you. And I hope I don't lose my voice during this class. But any new people, just press 7, and I'm going to greet you with a peace and a heartbeat and a welcome. We greet all new people. It doesn't matter what's your religion, what's your faith, your background, whatever you may be. we greet you because everybody here in the House of Atten, everybody, most people in the viewing audience, I met them knowing nothing about what I teach. Even people that say they're into Kemet Ma'at, when I ask them questions from the Paul class, they know nothing of what I teach. So I could meet you as a Christian on the bus. I could meet you as a Muslim in the mosque. I could meet you doing Obia, Voodoo, Santeria. I could meet you as a Jew, Hebrew Israelite, atheist. My energy is to build people. So whatever level you are on, I address you on the level that you are, and then we work upwards from that level. That's what Tehuti does. Oya says, thank you for still showing up for us with a purple heart. Thank you for your purple heart. And Robert Williams says, take your time. Saba, we listen slow anyways. Yay. Okay. So peace and love to everybody. So no new people in the room. It's 27 veterans and House of Atten people. 29, 30. All people have been here. And if new, by when I say new, I mean anything under 3 months viewing or knowing. But at any rate, peace and love, everybody. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I brought the word Saba to the modern. Well, here's a name. I'll shout out the name here. I don't know if this name is new. I've seen this name before, maybe, but who knows? But the person is saying something great. Healing and love, Tehuti. I heard a sore throat can be cleansing of throat chakra. Okay. Throat chakra tonight. Shout out to Live One. And in case you are new, let me go ahead and show the people what we do for new people that come to the House of Atten. An applause for you. And a heartbeat. You know what? Oya is new. Oya is new. Let me give her. Oya is definitely new. I think she's like 2 weeks in, maybe. So we're going to give her a round of applause. And that's coming from my Eve, from my heart. All right. Peace and love to new people, Oya and Live One. Live Win, W3N. All right, everybody. Welcome. 35 people in the room. It's about to be explosive today. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra. I brought Saba back into consciousness because I wanted to introduce something different that was ancient and have been used for thousands of years, but in the new age people in Kemet in the last 100 years, you never really found anybody being called Saba. Of all the teachers, it was not Saba, Phil Valentine, Saba Bobby Hammett. Show me a tape where people Saba Bobby Hammett, Saba Ashar Kwesi, Saba Theo Banga, Saba Dr. Ben, Saba Dr. Clark. Who else is out there? Saba Ron Ephraim. So no, there's no Saba Malcolm X. So I had to bring this word back because it matched what it is that I spent decades doing, and I was opening a door. The word Saba is a door that has the number that we'll be discussing today, and that's the number 5. The reason why you have a 5-pointed star. It's a doorway called a Sebket doorway, and it has a 5 light on top that people call a star. We know that real stars don't have 5 points or 6 points or 7 points. They're balls of fire. The 5 is extremely significant over Saba, and it's going to relate to the feminine engendered frequency. We're going to be discussing that today. So Saba was a doorway, and it is a doorway, which means that the doorway opens up to the path that you're already on. It just opens up to the next room or the next realm or the next world of wisdom. But the door has to be opened up by the person. So doors don't open themselves. The person has to go to the knob, put the key in, or move the knob, and then the door opens. So I set up a system where the people come and they send in questions and they send in inquiries. And then regardless of what the question may be, as long as it deals with the upliftment of consciousness, I give an answer that renders testimonies and life changes. Not just an answer that people say, that's deep knowledge. Thank you, brother, that was good. Not that, but life-changing information that you can take home, that you can use to build families. Families are built here at the House of Atten. People who never knew each other prior to Tehuti are now husband and wife. People that were husband and wife that knew each other before Tehuti are now husband and wife in the frequency of a Ren and the frequency of Ma'at that were not in union before as far as spiritual unity. My goal is to build people first, people, cats, cots first, and then families, and then it moves on from people to family, to tribes, communities, eventually town, villages, cities, nation. But all nations started off as first family building, step one, and consciousness agreed upon in the family household. And that is what I do. This mission started when I was in single grade digits, when I was a youth, and I would go to school and set up classes in the hallway. Nana here? I would set up classes in the hallways of the school, and I would hide in the library during school time because I was expelled from every single school that I attempted to attend. But I had a mission to wake people up since I was a youth. And so I would break into the schools through the side door so the teachers wouldn't see me. And I would hide in the library and I would collect information. And then I would go out into the hallways during recess time and lunchtime. I had 15 minutes of recess and about 45-minute lunchtime. And as soon as the school bell rung, when the children came out of class, I would go into the hallway and say, ask some questions on some things you want to know about pertaining to religion, culture, whatever it is. And I would say some sparking things first to get their cognizance rolling, and they would start asking questions. And I would do this on a regular daily basis, having class while I'm expelled from the school. If the teachers saw me in school, they may have called the police because I wasn't supposed to come on the property anymore. But I was determined as a child to do so, to continue to teach. This all started because as a youth, I spent a lot of time with animals. This right here, this is one of my students' favorite serpents. And his name is Meowku. Meow was an ancient word for a cat. It eventually became known as the noise that cats make. But it was an ancient word for the cat, the great leaper, the great ascender, one that moved upwards at a rapid rate. And that word became a word for the mind. Thoughts and mind and thinking was the word meow. The sound that they attribute now to what a cat makes was actually the sound of the cat. Meow was the great cat or the great thinker, and ku is the oldest word on the planet for consciousness. Found in Scorpion Tomb, 3400 BC. It was a word for the conscious bird with a long beak that represented digging into the dirt and getting up information, getting his food, which became food for thought. It was called the ku. He's the color of the great cat, and on his head appears a lion's face. So I call him Meowku because his head looks like the face of a lion. And he represents the colors of the Ku, which is the great yellow light or the great white light. So as a child, I spent time with the animals and away from people. For most of my childhood, for years and hours. And I was more in tune with the animals, and I would catch the animals, bring them back to the wild, let them go, and they would come back to me. And I would develop a relationship with the animals, meaning that they didn't fear me anymore because I wasn't there to harm them. And I would watch their structure, watch their unity, watch them communicate in ways that I couldn't even hear. It seemed to be invisible communication, but yet they knew exactly what to do. The ants know exactly what direction to go to. They know exactly, the bees know exactly where the flowers are. They know who's in different ranking. And it was a very impressive system that I saw that made me have appreciation for the animals over people. Oya says, oh, wow, I was just getting here to ask you about your pet snakes. Beautiful one, right? Meowku, the great cat. FRB says, love your snake. Peace, Meowku, meow. Full of moon. It's full of moon. Full of moon. And wonderful. So, as time went on, I started questioning religions. I had access to the religions, the information that was out at the time. There were 5%ers, Nuwabians, Nation of Islam, and some other things. And I was studying and gathering information and came to an awakening. My mother sat me down one day and told me that before I was born, she went to an oracle. And she had a conversation with an oracle. At that time was called an Obia woman. I think this is in Jamaica. It's called an Obia woman. Here we call them oracles. And the Obia woman described what I would look like and my personality before I was born. And then when I was born, my mother looked at the body parts that she described, and she saw the markings on the specific parts that were described. One of my children told the mother, one of my children's mothers told his mother that he had watched me and her be intimate before he was born, and then chose to come down into this realm. With this information, and plus what I was studying and what I was turning into, I always acknowledged that consciousness existed prior to the physical realm. If somebody could tell you what your child is going to look like with the markings on specific parts of the body, and then your child tells you or tells the mother that he was watching, and this is him talking as a child, he was watching from another place, and he decided to choose us to be born through, you start to realize that life and consciousness exists outside of the physical realm. And then continuous study of all the cultures, and they all had one thing in common, and that was they all taught that the consciousness can move outside of the physical body. I took this and I started questioning religion and Christianity, and my mother didn't like it too much, so we had a bet that if I debated her pastor and I won the debate, I would be able to stay in the house, but if I lost, I would have to move out of the house and become homeless. I put all my might and will into that because I had to have a place to live. And so I had a 5-hour debate with the pastor, and she ended up kicking him out of the household for embarrassment. A few days later, there was a letter on the door, and the letter, it had my name on it. We were wondering what it is. As we're reading the letter, we realized that it's an order from the courthouse. Somebody asked me about this last week. I said, yeah, I called it a restraining order because it was a letter from the courthouse restraining me for breaking the Christian. I was a part of a membership, and I embarrassed the pastor, so he found a way to ban me from any churches that were associated with my mother or with him that he was over. So I was no longer allowed on any properties of existing churches that he was the connected to. That was a way to keep me away from his flock. And so that was very interesting that the impact. Hotep Bijan Pharaoh, this is the good brother was healed, has his testimony healed from hyperhidrosis that he had from a child. Hotep to you, healed here at the pod class from Tehuti's teachings and guidance. Sending in a question with reciprocity. So I realized the effect that the truth had through me when talking to other people. It made people act extremely opposite from what they were used to, what we were used to seeing. So this pastor had never gotten anybody banned from the church, never acted the way he did in a debate, but for some reason my frequency when I speak to people in the truth that I'm on, it causes people to do complete switch changes of their behavior. It's either changing for the better and coming into the light and away from the matrix, or people switch and become even more evil or crazy or however they become. And that's happening even up to today. It's happening. So I realized that I'm going to continue. I went to the churches anyways, and I would sneak inside the church, teach the people inside the church, and get them to ask him and the other pastors questions so that I wouldn't be involved. I'd be in the church, but the students of the pastor would ask him questions. And I developed what's called the snake style, which is I realized that if someone that you trust can't answer your questions, that has a bigger impact on you than an outsider coming in and debating you. So I set that up as a child to go from church to church, Bible study to Bible study, and set questions in the people's minds so that when the pastors would walk in, they would trap them, multiple people. Nation of Islam, I went to every place doing it, and I would come out with students. At any rate, I'm going to skip a little bit because I still don't see if any new people are here. Present 7, if you're new. Bijan Pharaoh says, my apologies, I haven't been around or emailed you, but still alive and healthy. I'm glad you're alive and healthy. Thank you for letting me know if you're alive and healthy. Yes, you can. Oya, are you on Facebook? If you're on Facebook, you can contact me directly about the snakes, or if that's what you mean by inbox, unless you mean email. Either one you can do. Yes. Either one you can do. Yes. Let me know if you're on Facebook. You can get the Facebook account. If it's email, I'll put the email on the screen. So at any rate, as a young man, I didn't have any funds to set up a community or set up teaching areas. I was involved in a community, but it didn't have a teacher. And so I wanted to continue to break people out of the matrix. And what I did as a young man, I would sell incense on the street, make a couple of dollars, and I would buy extension cords. And I would break into the houses or the house that was in my neighborhood that was for sale. I would wait for the realtor to leave, and I would time him every day at 5 o'clock. And I would break into the house at about 5:30, wedge in with a hammer through the window, pop that, go in there, and I'd have $5. I'd buy 4 extension cords, and I would run extension cords from wherever there was electricity into the house. I'd get people to give me a couple lamps, and I got a couple of chairs, and I would take the other few dollars that I had, and I would go get printout flyers, come to this address and ask questions of how to break the spell. And so I was teaching out of a house that was for sale, where I could have gotten arrested. So these are the things that I would do when I was a youth, and I would continue to break the law, break into schools, I didn't have any money to do anything else, but I was determined to wake people out of the matrix. I continue to do this, and I'm going to skip the story a little bit because I don't see any new people pressing 7, so I'm going to skip a little bit of the story. But I continue to go on. I joined an organization that said that they were about the truth, and I became the highest teacher in the organization. But I was teaching using animal references and scientific articles and things that were not a part of their doctrine. But it was still the truth. So they surrounded me, and they brought torches to my living quarters, and they threatened that if I don't stop teaching from outside of the books, that they're going to burn my belongings down. And so my life was being threatened. They said they're going to put me in body bags. I spoke to the teacher about it, and he said it would be safest if you leave because it's not safe for you here. And he said the consciousness of where you are in your teachings, I can't bring the people there where you are yet. I want to, but if I bring them there this fast as you are there, I'll lose about half of my community. They're not ready for where you are. He said, you like to bring everybody to the source, the source of things. And so, yes, you have Facebook. Okay, good. You can definitely send me something there. Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. So yes, and Atun, who's this? All these new names. Atun Ka-Ra-E. Do you have some tea? Everybody asks me if I have tea. Yes, and I have tea, and tea is gonna be coming to me. And some garlic and stuff. So at any rate, I left that community. The teacher would say that I had a type of a snake style. I would ask him questions and he would get trapped. And the community didn't like hearing that I, as a student, could ask the teacher questions and he would get trapped. They didn't like to hear that. And then he started telling everybody in the community, if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep and he will teach you how to teach. It created too much animosity. I was being told that I was teaching out of the doctrine. And so I had to leave. It was very, very dangerous for me. So I had to get out of that area. I continued to teach though. I continued to teach. I manipulated a way of how to get money without having a job by helping people that were into fitness and becoming an advisor and a seller of bodybuilding supplements. And I started learning a little bit of real estate. I created a program and I started making a lot of income. I took all the money, most of it, and I put it into magic and study and books, thousands of dollars worth of books, meeting the top teachers and different people, different magicians, and taking a lot of time with a lot of people. All I was concerned with was the upliftment of consciousness. So I would do that, and then I would go out and continue to teach, but now I would use my magic to attract people. So I'd set up on the streets, do a magic show, and when people would come after the show, I would start to teach classes. Some of these times were in Canada, and I was teaching in -8 degrees, but I continue to do so. We're going to fast forward the story because I don't want to lose my voice. I don't want to lose my voice, so I'm going to take most of my voice to use to teach the class. So we're going to fast forward the story. As time went on, I saw that people were trying to erase my existence. I saw that something interesting was happening. FRB always tells you what she's doing step by step. I'm putting the baby to bed. Be right back. Okay, FRB. It's like she's talking to me. Yes, good. She's in the other room. Go ahead and put the baby to sleep and come right back. So where was I? Yeah, so I continued to teach, and I noticed that people were taking things from me and claiming it as theirs and not mentioning me and actually taking my picture. I started seeing a picture of me circulating, and it was my head, my body, but the head was photoshopped off, and it was someone had put on top of my head, and it said my name at the bottom, Amenhotep. And when you listen to the audio, it's me teaching, but it's another person's face. I was told to go to YouTube, and when I went to YouTube, I saw other people that I taught, and instead of uniting to create something, they were just branching off, teaching what I was teaching, but they weren't mentioning anything about me. and some of them, they had my name. Pastors would come to me and tell me, I'm learning from you, but I can't tell my audience in my church that I'm getting it from you. They would come and tell me this. I have to learn it from you, but say that it's coming from me, or else I'll lose my church. So this continued to go on, and I decided that I was tired of people imitating me and not even acknowledging that I was their teacher back in '93, and they were Christians and they were homeless people, and I was there teaching them '93, '96, '98, and now they're on YouTube and they're your YouTube superstars or whoever they may be, and my name isn't being mentioned. Even up to today, there's an imitation group out there with someone that used to be here. He took my name, took the name of the community, and took some of my students' names and made up fake testimonies. It's happening right now, even up to last week. So there's a pattern of people that come and they learn from me, and then they branch off and try to be me openly, even taking my name, instead of building. And all the Matrix cares about is disunity. That's all the Matrix cares about. Disunity is the key to the slavery in the Matrix, because a disunified people can never get together and make moves because they're constantly arguing, fighting, and splintering off and separating. But a unified people can start to build things. And I start off people from scratch, and I teach unification, and I teach family out, which we're going to be learning about today. So at any rate, I decided to go on Kill the Priest, and I was teaching, answering people's questions. Kill the Priest was amazed. The ratings went up. Who is this? Me Too in Milledgeville. Milledgeville. Who is this? Is this the same person under different names? There's a Khalil. I think there's a Rob. I don't know, but they all talk the same. At any rate, Atun Karai. But at any rate, I want to kill a priest, and it exploded. Now, Kill a Priest was amazed that I was able to answer people's questions without knowing them, or without knowing what the question was going to be prior to. As time went on, I knew it was too busy for me to continue to just go to Kill a Priest for so many hours. It was taking up a lot of the show's time. So I decided to divide it up, and I invented what's called the pod class. And it was a class where I decided that I would not come with the teaching. I would do something completely different. I would set up a class of reciprocity, which means that it's based on the people, for people to test me out, test out the questions, send questions, and support a movement, support these questions, and support the time it takes, because the Matrix makes sure that even the person that flips French fries is taken care of. Even though he's flipping your poison and serving you poison, he still gets overtime pay. He still gets paid. The guy at the store that sells cigarettes, they get paid for killing you. And so the Matrix makes sure that all of their Friday the 13th actors, Freddy Krueger, people that can't act, get millions of dollars. And I said, well, I will help the people. I will heal the people, answer questions, and guide them. And all I would like them to do is support. Because if we can't build up a society of self-support without being told to support, nothing will be built. So in other words, the reason why you support the grocery store is because you're told to, but they make sure that if you don't, you may get arrested. You walk in to see the Avengers, you support Captain Comic, Marvel, whatever they're called, and they set up a support system. Their teachers are taken care of, their basketball players are taken care of, their actors, and the society has a system where it's running because all the firemen, all the janitors, the guy that flips burgers, everybody has a system, a system under a system where everybody is taken care of so that they can continue the society. So I said, can we do such? What if I give up everything that I do? I gave up my fitness training program. I gave up performing on the streets, performing for Harry Potter, the Harry Potter book, performing for football teams. I gave that up, and I said, I'm going to see if people actually will support a system that is based on helping them without having it to be in the matrix telling them this is $2.99 plus tax, and you make sure you buy it or else we'll arrest you. A self-supportive system where the teachers know in their school that at the end of the week they're going to get taken care of by wherever the funds come from, so that we can have school teachers, basketball players, movie stars, everybody is taken care of. And I said, if people do not respect the time it takes to wake people up, then nothing will ever be built. So I decided to set up a pod class to say, what if I help people's lives internally inside of their homes? What if I heal people of hyperhidrosis? What if I take the knowledge to a level where I do things to help their brain and their mind and their physical structure, even physical looks? Will they appreciate that? So we set up the Tehuti pod class that will eventually set up the House of a 10. The House of a 10 is the movement that I did not want to set up for years. I purposely held it back. I always represented the House of a 10 for decades. The House of a 10 back then that I called it was ATEN, because I was named after Aten. That's where my name Amenhotep is. It's Amenhotep. That's the ATEN. That Aten, and he was under the House of Aten. But I said I don't want to set up any type of movement when people are flaky, disloyal, undependable, unaccountable. Everybody takes life for a joke. I can't set up a community based on that. So let me set up a group of people that love getting their questions answered. And from there, I can see the attitudes and personalities and then decide if I want to structure this. And there was a man who used to be here. His name was Ahati. And he would say, hey, do you want to set up a community? And I would say, no, not yet. I don't have the trust yet. I don't want to be let down. I don't want people to come in and take the information and go out and branch off and start this splinter group and that splinter group. And next thing you know, it's Christianity all over again. 500 different churches and sects. And meanwhile, there's only one Navy in America. There's one Army. There's one CIA. There's one FBI. They don't branch off and create a bunch of extra. I'm the FBI 2, FBI 3. I'm this, I'm that. There's a unity, and that's how they're structured in this country. They have one president at a time. They have one vice president, and it's a structured system. All of that unity system came from Kemet, from Smawi Tawi. So I've seen a lot of people wearing unks, a lot of people teaching, and I would say Kemet is not the name of a person. Kemet is the name of a unified group. So you can't say you're Kemetic unless you have a unified group that you're building and have a position and obligation. You're not Kemetic because there's no Kemetic person who is an individual. Kemet is not the name of one person. You can say, I like to study Ma'at, but you can't say you're Kemetic because that now brings you into structure. In Kemet, there was dentists, doctors, teachers, treasurers, and of course, it started off as a tribe and then expanded onwards. So Kemet is unified, and that's where the word Kemet means complete. All things together. It means the togetherness. That was Kem. That's what made it black. Black is a color of all colors combined in the visual light spectrum. So Kemet is unification. So I said, let me set up real unification. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to give the people the teachings from what the Kemetians say themselves. Not from my hypothesis, not from an astrology book, not from a tarot card book, not from some new age, not that. But if I teach something from Kemet, I'm going to show you where it's coming from, because the people have a voice and they left their voice by the thousands on papyruses, stones, and stelas for the beauty of us to read because they're past and gone. And that's what your father and mother does. They leave a photo album, they leave a diary, they leave books, and they leave things for the children to read when they pass on. We have a whole community, which was the first spiritual community on earth that did so. And so I'm not going to teach outside of making things up. I want people to have respect for what the ancestors did. And if somebody asks me a question about the Aztecs, I'm only gonna teach you from what's on the walls of the Aztecs. If somebody asks me a question about feng shui in Chinese, I'm only gonna teach you from what the original people that developed feng shui in their books said. That's how you be fair to a culture. And so I brought that consciousness back in the form of the Tehuti Pod class. And what kind of questions can you send in? And how do you send in your support? As you see it at the bottom, Cash App, TTMO, and PayPal at Rocky SV. There's no limit to the questions. Here's some examples. The Kabbalah, taking the Kemetic Code Part 2. What section is encoded in the Kabbalah prayer? The number 7, as above, so below, ascension shapes. The real Ma'at, why is 42 even significant in Ma'at? The Pekka Mku symbol. And then this here taught in schools, that's the Kemetic ascension. Went back to your first ruler, and why the word ruler, which is a measuring stick, is the same name as a person who dominates over a country, a ruler, a king. What is discipline? These are the questions that are sent in. Someone asked a question about seeing spirits, and what did I do for them? There's 2 classes. One was in person, and one was here at the pod class. The person that asked me the question and set me aside in person for a one-on-one, I taught them how to manifest the spirit's energies for doubters to see right there. Take pictures and videos, of which we have the pictures and the videos, because in person, the pod class is much different. In person, I show you things live right there. So, one moment, hold on a second. Okay, yes. So those are the spirit orbs that started circulating around the people by the hundreds. And we caught them on videotape, and they had faces of their ancestors inside of the orbs. There were faces of people that looked like their family members when we zoomed in on it. The person that asked the question in the pod class got a 2-hour class on the seeing and non-seeing of spirits. Simultaneously, someone asked a question about postpartum depression. And is it a psyops, or is it really such a thing? These classes went on simultaneously, or one after the other. So you can ask any type of question in the Tehuti pod class. Someone asked a question who was pregnant. They asked a question about cravings, gestational diabetes, our baby's conscious in the womb, and what happened. They got an entire pod class of 2 hours of pregnancy cravings, consciousness in the womb, speaking to your child in the womb. I showed references from thousands of years ago of speaking to the child in the womb. I showed all the poisons. I showed the reason why people think they have cravings, why they think they want pickles, and other cravings that are part of mind control. And then boom, breastfeeding came right along with that. Someone asked a question about ADHD. Solve that. Someone asked a question about bodybuilding, how to create their physique, and here's the person that asked the question, giving before and after pictures. So there's no doubt, there's no debating. These are real testimonies, not fabricated. These are real testimonies from real people that can come to the panel with pictures before and after. And to end off, this brother here, Beget Leisure, known as Maharu, he had asked a question about his mother. His mother had passed while I was teaching him, meaning that when I first started teaching him, his mother was alive, and she passed during the process of me teaching him. His mother gave him an instruction. He was heartbroken, shattered. He said, "That's the only woman I love. I need to keep in contact with her." I had a one-on-one with him, and I told him what to do. And he now has contact with his deceased mother, his ancestor. Contact where he can visually see her, not just hear her in his head. These are the things that the ancestors taught that seem spooky nowadays to the atheists, but these are things I teach people how to do. So welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. We're going to get right into the questions. And get into this while I have a voice, everybody. But this is how determined I am to teach. It doesn't matter. I'm going to teach until I go like this. When I go like this, and you don't hear anything, class is over. That's when Tehuti stops. I'm determined to get the truth out and wake people up, regardless of what's happening to me, unless it's life-threatening. I even went to an event for my students with a hole in my leg. That's another story, though. And I still was walking around in the event, teaching and fellowshipping with everybody, and I had a hole in my calf. Still was there, though. So welcome, everybody, to the pod class, and we're going to get right into it. What I'm going to do first, I'm going to put the link in the room for people to come in and say peace, and then I want to get right into these teachings, everybody. I want to get right into it. Shout out to everybody. I'm just looking at the messages now. If anybody's been typing anything in the chat, I haven't seen it, so I'm just looking right now. And you see this one here. I don't have your email, Saba. Okay, so I missed all of these messages because I can't keep looking at the messages while I'm talking. So a shout out to all those who type messages in the room, and peace and love to you. There's a link in the room for the supporters to come in, say peace, and then I want to get right into this class. While Tehuti Saba still has a voice, I'm gonna do this and teach. So there's a link. I don't have your email. Boom. Look who's laughing. And again, I ask, are there any new people in the audience? Press a 7, and I will greet you. Let me go ahead and set up the class here and get ready. So everybody, this is tough, but it doesn't matter. Still gonna do this. While I'm teaching, you can send in support, or when I'm done the class, you just send in support, say thank you, whatever you appreciate, whatever you feel the class and the wisdom was worth. And this is a deep one. This is super deep. There's gonna be feminine gendered power, male gendered power, mathematical angles, all type of things broken down in this class. So before I start, I actually want to give a shout out to a new person that sent a great donation. This person is anonymous. So I'm gonna go ahead and just read the support. Woo-wee. Okay, let me see if I can find the supports. Here we go. I'm just gonna read the amount and the message. I'm gonna keep the person's name off because the person asked if they could be anonymous. That's another thing too. If you send support, and you want to be anonymous for whatever personal reason you may have, I never ask why. If you want to be anonymous, you just send the message. I'd like to be anonymous. I never make you uncomfortable. I never say why don't you want to be? That's just your business. And as long as you're a supporter and want to keep the pod class going, it's totally up to you. So this person wants to be anonymous. So I'm going to go ahead and read this. And this may be a first-time supporter. I haven't seen this name before, so I'm gonna shout out the person, give some noise, and let's see if it pops up. Here we go. So shout out to Don't reveal my REN. Okay, we won't. Don't reveal my REN. Excellent. Thank you for the breakdown. Thank you for all you do. I really resonated with the Spellbinder breakdown in so many ways. For your information, you are a firework to my essence. LOL. Not fear-provoking. Keep up your outer worldly works. To you, to this anonymous person. Thank you for the support. And $50 already starting the pod class. Shout out to you, already starting on the pod class with great support. And peace to you, the brother who's anonymous. Shout out to you, great supporter. Peace and love. All right, everybody, we're going to get started. We see there he is. His name means loyal. The loyal one, the dedicated, the Min Ma'at. And in a matrix world where the majority of things that surround everybody is negative, it's difficult to be loyal. It's difficult to be consistent when you can't find error. Let me let Ramesses on. Because the mind is in such a matrix that it's always looking for problems. So when you're put in a situation where everything is positive, questions are answered, no one is disrespected. Hold on, let me put him on. I don't know. He's in Africa, so I don't know if that's a door or if those are elephants. I don't know if you're in elephants. Door, but I'm going to put him on mute. The noises are... Okay, yes, so in a situation where things are beautiful, and it's consistently beautiful, and you can't find anything to complain about while things are happening, in this world of the matrix, your mind finds things. It can never verify things with witnesses when situations are good, so it's hard to be loyal and consistent in the pod class and in the House of a 10 when it's like, oh my goodness, this week's going by, no problem. This week's going by. This teaching is mind-blowing. This teaching is mind-blowing. Tehuti's nice to everybody and a lot of love. Your mind is like, I gotta find something. So shout out to you for being loyal in an environment where everything is positive. Because up until this date, no one has ever presented any complaint factually in real time as it's happening. Like, hey, this is happening now. I'd like to talk about it, hold a meeting about it, present it. No one has ever done that. People leave and then create a complaint later where there's no witnesses of it. That's how Christianity was set up. That's why they couldn't set Christianity up in between 1 and 33 AD, because everybody there would have said, we don't see a Jesus. There's no Jesus here. What are you talking about? Jesus resurrected. Jesus died on the cross. We're here, he's not here. They had to wait until after 33 AD to write a story. That's how Isfet works. It has to wait till there's no witnesses and then write a story, and then they get a bunch of believers based on no witnesses. So people that leave here and have problems here, they can never bring up something in real time. Tehuti, you're teaching this. It's incorrect. It can't exist because I'm right here. And nobody wants to end up like the people that I debate. That's why nobody comes to the panel with a problem, because they know that I'm going to be just like this, not yelling and screaming. And I'm going to be talking to them just like I talk to the people in the debate. But if you're not wise, you could end up in the intro. That's what they don't want. Because Tehuti's not going to disrespect you. He's not going to yell at you. Never has. He's not going to call you a name. He's going to ask you questions, and it's going to put you in a trap to see the foolishness that you're presenting. And the witnesses will say, hey, calm down. So peace and love to you, Kefa. How are you? Kesbetu and Ramesses. Good three brothers. How are you three doing today?
What's up? Uncle Chaseneb, to the whole out, to Asaba for everything. They're doing good. Yeah, you provide too much for me to be doing bad, you know. So to for all the never a coup that you provide, you know, that keeps me alive, keep me in life. I appreciate it a whole lot, you know. I've seen things a whole lot more clear, a whole lot more different. And yeah, I don't think like how I used to think before. So to Uncle Chaseneb, I do never.
You're not as innocent as you were before when you first came. Came arms open, a ball of love. I love everybody. I trust every all y'all. But you're mature now, maturing.
Yeah, I'm still learning.
You all better leave Kefa alone. Stop flipping on him, because you don't want to see him flip on you. Stop switching. Stop switching on Kefa. All right. Thank you for your response. We're gonna go to Kesbetu. How you, good brother?
Tua.
Nyuk.
Hotep Saba, Uncle Jasaneb. Hotep to the parent Martin, Uncle Jasaneb. To everybody on the panel. I'm doing Nefer Saba. Honored to be here as usual, and excited for today's class. I'm glad that you're here as well. Uncle Jasaneb for you, Saba, so that way you feel better in your voice, willingly that your voice does get better throughout the class today, and it doesn't get worse. And Uncle Jasaneb for you, Saba, how are you? How you feeling? And what's going on, Uncle Jasaneb?
I feel beautiful. I feel great. I feel like I have a strong team. I feel like people appreciate, and the more good people do, the better I feel, and the more evil people show me, the better I feel, because it makes me appreciate the good people even more. So put it all together, and I feel good. Been in this since the 90s, so I've seen it all. I'm glad I'm breathing.
To Saba, and it sounds like a deja vu when you're saying the intro now. it's like yo, did you predict this? It's like ongoing again and again situation. Like Nania Setmer says, pretty interesting how that frequency really is still lingering around, and axe to that neck, man. So Uncle Justin Saba.
And you have to also understand, everybody, that the frequency of Kemet always had that. The frequency of Kemet is an original culture, and then people come and take from it and try to erase the original. This has been going on with me for the last over 2,000 years. So it's been going on since. That's the frequency of Kemet. Take from the original and then erase the original. Christianity has to take from Kemet. Islam takes from Kemet. Judaism takes, and then they rewrite the story that the Kemetians were pagans and evil. That's what you see happening to me right now, because I have the frequency of the original. And that's why intent, it will never happen to them. The people that have taken and imitated me and doing what they're doing, there's nobody taking their name and imitating them. But they will always imitate Kemet. So, I got some, I'm going to take it right now. I got some beautiful Nana tea. Let's see if this is what the brother Atun was talking about in FRB.
Spinach ginger.
Spinach ginger chamomile. I'm talking like a gremlin or something. I'm talking like one of the Ewoks.
The more you talk, the worse it's
I know.
No, Saba, you sound like a wise ancient seafood.
Yeah, it's an Asian, I'm a wise old Asian man. Take a bowl of rice. One bowl of rice. Move your hand to the left. Shout out to Ben Frank. Ben Frank. Yo, bring Frank. Bring Frank looks like a warrior. I never seen his face before. Ben Frank. I'm gonna do the rest of the podcast in sign language. I'm gonna stop talking for a bit. I'm gonna come off. Let you all build for a bit. Drink this tea. Try to get my voice back. And come back. And not sound like a gremlin. Yeah, I'm Yoda. I'm Yoda. The force is with you.
The comedic yoga, the comedic Yoda, best.
I'll say this before I go. Because I always have to drop jewels, even with a little voice. They got the Yoda, the wise man, from the yod symbol, which was Tehuti's head. That's where they took it from. All right, I'll be back. I still gotta teach. See, I'll be right back.
Hotel to the comedic Yoda. We got him the official Tehuti. You know what I mean? Just like the size of best this time. So that was nothing. Uncle Jasaneb or Sen. Uncle Jasaneb to Saba. Everybody watching. Everybody in the chat. Shout out to the disloyal supporters. Shout out to the sneak learners. Spirit of your neck. To the Isfet. Unky and my aunt. I'm excited for today's class. Me and my aunt. Usual to be here. And it's a never feeling to be here to support Saba, to be part of Saba's journey at this time. It's such a great time to be alive and to be dedicated and disciplined in my aunt. You know, no one else is doing it like Saba. And it's an effort thing to support him at an early stage. Even if you're just starting right now, it's important to support Saba and to show that you do acknowledge what he's representing and what he is standing up for. Because to our knowledge, no one in history has done this. And still to this day is not doing what Saba's doing. They can't do what Saba did, you know. So it is what it is, and it's an honor to be here, honor to support Saba and all his teachings of how it all coordinates, all connects, all improves, life-changing, expansion of the mind, the soul, breaking down the matrix and so many different levels. And I'm honored to be able to see that and for others to acknowledge that as well. Such a never experience to be here. But Uncle Jasaneb, Tua, going on, Kefa, Neta, Kefa, Eve, Ma'at, Batu, Kemba, Uncle Jasaneb.
Uncle Jasaneb never send. You don't know it's big love. Big Ma'at, all the time. Yeah, hey, grateful to be here as well, to be part of Saba journey. You know, with these so much waves, splashes, and tsunamis. Some Saba to be thrown in the place. It's good to see you have somebody dousing the matrix with some serious fire, some doses of fire that really never, So I definitely grateful that I find Saba, so it could be part of the dosage on top of the fire and the matrix. So tour for everybody was supporting because you're adding to the fire on top of the matrix, just dosing fire and then burning them out is better for the youths. So I definitely appreciate everybody was supporting, like Kesbetu say, if you're a new supporter, you're new to the journey, I still appreciate that. To Uncle Justin El Saba, welcome back.
We are back. We're back, and I'm going to do my best. I'm going to start this class right now, everybody. I'm going to do my best. If Yoda can do it, I can do it. So shout out to everybody. I will teach until I'm teaching until my whole body's gone. So I'm going to teach. I'm going to do a little half an hour spurts. I'll teach for about half an hour, taking a little 5-minute break. Sip this and come back. So let's get started, everybody. I'll do my best. It's just a little thing right here. It's so weird. It's gone down, but it's still, hey, whatever.
Earlier when you was talking, it had like fade away, and then your voice had clear up for a while. When I was hearing you, I wasn't hearing the hoarseness for a while when you was talking earlier.
Okay. I'm going to talk. Go and see if that helps. All right. If anything happens to my voice, because Betsy will take over the class, I'll send him the PDF. And he'll just welcome to the Kesbetu podcast. But don't branch off and splinter away. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna try to do my best to bring you the truth. ET phone home. ET home phone.
ET home phone.
Oh my goodness. All right, here we go, everybody. So I'm gonna say peace to Kefa. Peace to Kesbetu, everybody. We're gonna get I'm trying to catch the part of my voice where I can tell you. There's a part, it's a tone that I can catch, and it's not okay, everybody. I think this is it. I'm gonna talk like a frog. Hello, my darling. All right, it's summer. I sound like Kermit. This is crazy. I'm gonna still do it though. It doesn't matter. Let's go.
I would say all the green characters, just like a star.
You got this, Saba.
Hello, my darling.
You got Yoda, and then you got Kermit. Now all you need is a star.
Hello, my darling's a frog too, isn't it? People don't know that, but people don't know this, but ET is actually a tree. That's another class. That's another thing, though. ET is actually a tree. All right, everybody, let's get started.
Uncle Justin, my Saba.
Thank you. I'm gonna do my best, everybody. Just please support. This is what I have to do to get the truth out. Peace to Kefa. Peace to Kes. Peace to Kesbetu. Peace to Kefa. Let's go, everybody.
Uncle Justin there.
Hold that. There we go. We'll put the timer on. Let's go. Is there lemon in this, Nanny? Is there lemon here? Thank you, TT. Okay, we're gonna get started and get the timer on. It'll clear water as you talk. Drink some tea when you're done. Who is this? Wait a minute. Is that Rob? Rob from the Wahani? Is this one? Who this is? That Rob? Rob from back in the day? Is that him? If that's Rob, you better support Big Brother. You seen me doing this since the time of raid days. You better send in support. 30 years you've been seeing me work. All right, everybody, let's get started. If that's the same Rob, this is Rob. At least I know. Coming back to me now. Okay. All right, everybody, here we go. Let's get started. Drink some tea and do my best. So, everybody, get your iPads, get your iPods, get your eyeballs, and get everything ready because we're about to get started. Tehuti will teach you and answer your question under any condition. Here's an example. Let me get get this out. Let's get started, everybody. Here we go. Thank you, TT. I love you. Thank you very much. GG supporting me. Let's get started. To all the great supporters, and I'll keep this podcast going as long as people support the movement. And we'll bring this to you at the highest level as always. All right, everybody ready? Let's get started, everybody. Press a 9. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Hey, then I put my fingers here. I'm like Stephen Hawking. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me, everybody. Press a 9. Stephen Hawking, right? Press a 9 if we can hear me. All right, we got the 9s coming in. Trip Skylark, you take over for me, brother. 432. Trip Skylark with a 9. Amunet with a 9. Amun with a 9. FRB came back took care of the children. First Netzer says, that's fine, but when you need a rest, take it. 333. Okay. We got Stiletto. Everybody still got my back. Maru. Kermit Tehuti, Yoda Tehuti. Kermit Tehuti live, Yoda Tehuti live. Here we go, everybody. This is determination. If I could break into houses and teach, if I can teach in -8 degrees, I can teach here. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Let's take a sip of this and do one more thing. One more thing. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, FRB. I'm back. The star seeds are in bed. Okay. All right, everybody, let's go. I'll do my best. Okay. I'm not even going to do the intro, the regular intro. Welcome to the podcast. I'm just going to go right into the question, everybody. So, welcome to the podcast. Glad everyone is here. You can come here, ask your questions, support the movement. This is about the truth. This is about source information. This is about Min Ma'at, and this is about the Natiru, first and foremost. So here we go. One. Whoops. Let me set this up again. You ready with your notepad? Oh, yeah. Yes, I'm ready with my notepad. Purple heart. Okay, here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get this up like this. How about this? Chrome tab. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Let me see if this moves on the screen. I'm going to test this out. I'm doing it a different kind of way. Okay, good. Let me see if that moved on the screen. Or did it move on the screen? Let me try this again. Move on the screen. Over here. Okay, let me put it back here. Okay, good. I'm gonna take that off. I'm gonna do full screen. Full screen. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Let's go, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Boom. Welcome, everybody. This is another wonderful question in from the good brother, Tehuti. And this question is gender roles for protection and providing. Who does what? Seems like a simple question. As we get into this, we're going to see how intricate this gets. This is another wonderful question coming from the consistent students and supporter, Tehuti and Ra. What are gender roles, protection, and providing? Who does what? This is actually the foundation of all conscious culture, structure, and biological imperative across the entire indigenous world prior to colonialism, mind control, and the Matrix, and it's amazing. It's amazing that this question has not been asked or focused on before, or being asked on a continuous basis for those who say they teach and are renewing ancient culture and are wanting to remove people from modern colonized mind control mindset. You see, before you were any religion, before there was any matrix, before there was any mind control, there was this. This is what existed prior to this. The focus on gender roles, gender compatibility, setting up a family, of which you're going to learn today the name of. Some of my students already know, but you're going to learn the roots of it for the first time today. This was the foundation before there was any community, before there was any city, town, nation. The focus of everyone across the world was to set up the family, and the males do a particular thing and the females do a particular thing, and then they mirror each other. Family structure based on biological imperative. This is, of course, the first thing the Matrix would focus on. Discombobulating and confusing would be the principles of structure of family, which of course would be imbued with gender roles, because it would be the male and female working together with their biological, spiritual, and mental composition to shine and echo outwards in the physical realm to create the child and maintain the family. With structure, goal, and spiritual imbued symbolism that echoes their very anatomy. And because we knew that the male and the female anatomy differed and were different, and the male and the female mind thoughts and brain function was also heavily based on their anatomy of structure, we formulated spiritual and physical gender roles to echo such, thus putting us in perfect alignment with the goal of the most ancient spiritual word for family. And that I reintroduced to the world, that word, which I will get into shortly. But first, when it comes to gender focus, that is publicly popular, whether it is in books or YouTube, or usually see the focus of gender and power of a particular gender, and that's on females and feminism. So when you look at gender focus on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, or books that are out, you're going to see more books on the female gender, feminine power, feminism, the goddess within me, and things of such, as opposed to videos and books on the male god within me, tapping into your masculine power, or getting in touch with the divine masculine. And there's a reason for that. And there's a reason why that never existed in the past, and there's a reason why it exists now. And when you go and look of girl power, we are women, celebrate divine feminine, women empowerment, and feminism, divine feminine. You don't really see books called divine masculine. You don't really see books called We Are Men. You see these, and the focus to return to the goddess within, wisdom of the divine feminine. But is this form of gender role and gender focus an ancient pre-colonial matrix concept, or is it a part of the Psyops? Is this focus on gender, particularly female gender role and gender focus in this frequency, something that can be referred to pre-matrix? If so, okay, go back to any one of these videos or books and see if the role and power of the female is based on any ancient text guidance structure. You will see that it is not. There has been a switch psychologically and spiritually from the true power and gender role of the female by removing the most important aspects of why any species is divided into male and female anatomy, and that is their biological imperative connection to each other, to produce a family and a tribe, and further their genes and legacy and spiritual foundational teachings of morale, in order to produce a tribe, a civilization, and a nation of unity. None of that is a part of the above Psyops. Now let us continue with the pre-matrix truth. Because yes, in order to get into gender role, which is the role that you play pertaining to your gender, at first, I'm going to show you the word for gender and what it actually factually means. When people talk about gender roles, and I am of this gender, we're going to start you from step one. What does the word gender even mean for you to be the role of that meaning? Gender. Now, gender deals with species, race, stock, family, kind, male or female, sex, from gene. The root of gender is to give birth, beget. It derives from referring to procreation. Familial, which is family, tribal groups. Bring forth, beget, produce, a generation. So when people mention gender roles, what's your gender role? And I'm of this gender and that gender. The word gender only pertains to giving birth, procreation, begetting, kind, species, producing, bringing forth life. It's from the word genes. So to talk about gender roles, you can't get around the genes. So this automatically knocks out anyone speaking of them being of a gender, and it doesn't apply to their genes, their physical anatomy. So you can't say, I'm cloud gender, I'm a carpet gender, I'm I'm triple gender, cloud, carpet, triple book. Those have nothing to do with your genes, your genealogy, your anatomy. Thus, the only roles pertaining to this word gender would have to pertain to family, giving birth, beget, producing, genetics, gene procreation, and that which brings forth pertaining to the creation of family and future generations, and the role one plays pertaining to that goal. So the gender role, which is your obligation and what you should perform in, your role, what it is that you're supposed to do, can only pertain to family, giving birth, begetting, producing genetics, genes, procreation, and bringing forth life and maintaining family. That would be your role inside of your gender. How is your genes? How is your gender? That goal. That's the only goal of gender. Thus, Tehuti, I introduced the most ancient spiritual word for family. I introduced this over 2 decades ago. That was used on this planet. I had to bring this particular word back so that you could see the word family in ancient times had emphasis on one of the most powerful female gender's roles, pre-matrix. A question that everybody in the podcast who is watching and listening in the audience, here's a question. What is the word, everybody, that I reintroduced to the world for family. What's the ancient word for family that was used thousands of years ago prior to the Matrix? What is this word that Tehuti brought back that the ancestors gave us for family? Let me come into the room. Give me a little chance to take a break on my talking. What is the word, everybody? What is the word that Tehuti brought back for family? Type it in the room. It takes a couple of seconds to give you more time. Nana, any more ginger or anything you take? This. Anybody know what's the word for family? There's Sheshayet. Beautiful. What's the ancient word for family? The pre-matrix word for family. Sheshayet says Hotep and Henu to the chat and to the HOA family. Oh, Nupu says Out. Hotep Great Saba, Hotep Sheshayet. John Williams says Out. FRB says tribe. 432 says out. Nupu says out. Isn't that interesting? 43 people that are watching. Amunet says out. Let me ask any of the 42 people, 45, 50 people that are watching that have been in consciousness that study ancient families are the Metanetter. Is this a word that any of you have heard of before? Has your teacher ever brought you this word? It should be one of the first words that your teacher brings you if the focus of everything starts at home with family. Before you learn the word Ankh, before you learn Hotep, brother, before you learn all these other words, one of the first words you should learn is, what do you address your biological imperative as? Why are you here on Earth? There's Retetua, one of her favorite words. It's my voice. I hope you heal soon. If so is my voice. Thank you. Yeah, so out, everybody, out. Thank you all for the participation. Let's get back into it. Here we go. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Yes. Out. This is the word that I brought back. I had to bring this particular word back. There's other words for family, but this is the one that I had almost 100 people using, or even more, using this for their family because of the significant meaning and symbols behind this word that are going to directly tie into one particular gender and then move forward from that gender to the next. Family, there it is. Yes, out. Now I'm going to reveal something again, but this time with more emphasis today. May 30th, 2026, for the first time, I'm going to focus on a particular gender inside the word family. Watch and listen closely. I had to bring this particular word back to the planet to show something extremely powerful. What if I told you that the most ancient word on this planet for a spiritual family, which included male and female gender, that the word itself, family, was a feminine word? So the word family in ancient times was a feminine word, which means that we had a completely different understanding from the word family today, which is just a word that comes from a Latin familia, which means something that you're used to seeing or being around. But the ancient word for family, which was discussing both genders, itself had a gender. Let me show you the word family again, this time with this determinative. So here's the ancient word pre-matrix for family. And now on May 30th, 2026, here we go. Here it is with a determinative, family. Uh-oh. What is this, everybody? Boom. The very word for family is an image of a female and has a determinative, 2 arms, the expansion protection, supportive symbol. But note, our language was so beautiful that you will soon see that even within the words themselves, we'll describe the gender role of each gender. With the word itself being feminine, the words inside of family itself and the other words that come with it are going to describe the roles of the genders inside of the family, which the word itself is of one gender.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Let me try this. It's the same thing or something else?
It's the same thing. I did that reminiscing.
Yay. All right. So the words themselves will describe the gender role of each gender, and the word for family, which composes both genders, is actually female. Now, to understand why that is, I shall open your eyes to this. Let's step it up. Let me open your eyes to this. Everybody watching, how would you like to know and take the female gender role even deeper with why the word I reintroduce as family, which is out, will explain the female's role to expand all energy of the male around her, from his seed to his consciousness through empathy, before we get into the male gender's role as written by the ancient pre-matrix ancestors. How would you like to know the temple structure down to the meta word for family? The female with her two hands are all our physical enactments visually of what it takes place invisibly and anatomically within the human body, of the male within his testosterone and cortisol, coming from the female influence within her role, while simultaneously learning about the Psyops, about the matrix intentionally wanting to eliminate gender and gender roles to the point of even utilizing mathematical numerology and magic to affect people in their gender, down to the name of mother. The name of mother, I'm going to show you, is also changed to the same title as a body that aliens and parasites possess. But of course, to know all of that, everybody, and to step into that dimension, Salvador, what is the time for, everybody? What is it time for? Go ahead and type it in the room. What is it time for? We're going to step it up right now. I'm sipping my tea. Ready, everybody? Hey. What's up to the great Tehuti Amin his out. What's up, Mary, to HOA and everyone in the chat. Yay. What is the time for, everybody? Oh, that's you, Rob. Rob, you've been a simple support. Brother, the brother had known me and saw me teaching over 30 years ago, putting in work. You were here before. You're watching me teach when Killer Priest was a youth. What is it time for, everybody? There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I know the new people are watching, wondering what is going on. What are these people talking about? What is Tehuti Overdrive? You're absolutely right, everybody. I'm going to do my best. It is time for exactly what you all typed. Are you ready? Let's step it up. Ready? Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Tehuti Overdrive. Ready? What? Man baseline, behavioral synchronicity, woman post-contact, path analysis for predicting women's post-dialogue biomarkers values by men's pre-dialogue values. What is this, Tehuti? Yes, the female's gender role in the family is going to go back to this chart. So we'll go back to this chart a little later on in class. Back to her expansive energy and biomarkers through voice tonation and pre-dialogue values. But of course, before we get into that science, which is modern day science, understanding the biomarkers and the tonation of female's influence on the man's cortisol and his neurons, before we get into this modern day science, we're going to go backwards in time to let you know that our ancestors, the Natiru, knew this and took it all the way to making ceremonial temples dedicated to the female's unseen, invisible, energetic expansion gender role inside of the family, because the family is the only place where a gender role is relevant. That is going to bring us back to the word out and why the determinative of the word family is female. Let us begin. Ready? Here we go. Yes. And there were several temples designated for the ritual ceremony of female gender roles, intermeshed with spiritual renewal. These are called today Memesi temples, but the original name was Permes. This particular Permes, dedicated to the ritual of the female's gender role, is going to go back to 664 BC in the area from which would be come forth birth. And these temples were ritualistically used to annually reenact, celebrate the birth and coronation of the supreme child at the time of the neter and his or her consorts, which would be husband, wife, family of the town. Here is the Permes, the dedication to the female, one of the female gender roles. We were so serious about the female gender role that there would be temples dedicated to it. This is the Permes. The word mes is the word to be born, our children, race or family, mes, and then per is the temple. So one of the most important gender roles of the female, in which there were entire temples set up for, was that she was the expander of energy, a step-up transformer, which moved throughout the Aut. The female energy's expansion moved throughout the Aut, which was the word per, which is why, so per is the other word for your house or your family, which is the same word for the temple that they would set up. It's called per, which is the same word for movement. So which is why the exact same name for the book in which one comes forth, aka moves to life in his birth, like the mess of the woman, the messet, into the afterlife, is called the per, the same name, per amheru, the same word for the female. For what the female does, the per bringing forth the same word for the temple's embodiment. Per mes, that which brings forth life. So we can start to see why the word family has a feminine determinative, as we see in plate 5, the beginning of the chapters of, this is called Pert M. Heru. And what we see is the word Pert. It has feet moving on it. The same word for per, for the home, the household, is the exact same word. This is a word that represents a domain or a realm and is associated with movement or coming forth, which the first one would, of course, be the womb. There we go. One of the most important roles of the female is that she is the expander of energy, like a step-up transformer, the only conscious being that is designed anatomically as such, and therefore spiritually, because what you are anatomically is an echo of what you are spiritually, and vice versa. So anatomically, the female is a step-up transformer and expander of energy, She's that anatomically, and therefore she's also that spiritually. Designed anatomically and spiritually to take small aspects and expand it, as she does within her temple or her pur or her womb. You'll see shortly that this role anatomical, the spiritual protection, the typo there, as a step-up transformer, expander, represented by two hands of protection. The female anatomically is the only one that is the energy within her anatomy that can absorb this. This thing you're looking at has a head of 5.1 micrometers, 3.1 micrometers, a tail 50 micrometers. Micrometer is 1/1000th of a millimeter. This small thing here. And the female's anatomy and her spirituality has the ability to take this small thing. It's the only thing in existence of which you can place this tiny thing in and convert it to this. This is the only thing on the planet that does this, where you take the microscopic 5.1 millimeter, 5.1 micrometer, 1/1000th of a millimeter, place this small thing in, and within the anatomical and spiritual design of the female gender, only her body can turn it into a 7-pound being that looks nothing like the sperm. So not only does this grow within her, but it totally transforms and comes out at this time looking like her and the father. Whereas the sperm that went into her looked nothing like her and the father, and you couldn't even see it. This is the only body that does this. Because the physical body does this, and because the physical body is an echo of the Ka's energy does the same thing, while simultaneously taking the Ka, the Ku, the bioenergetic template light being, slowing down its frequency, converting it into a Kat. So remember when I began the class, I spoke about one of my sons telling the mother that he started off as a being that wasn't physical, saw us intimate, and then entered through us in our intimacy and came through. That is slowing down the frequency for something to become physical, because things start off in the pure energetic projectable double form and then becomes physical. Only her body can do that, because the beings that are coming in through her body have consciously existed before. And only she is the pur in the house that has the ability to do this transformation by slowing down its frequency, converting it into a Kat, which is a physical being. Thus the female's anatomy and spiritual function on both align to expand energy from a physical seed. And you will see soon, when I show you the chart above that we just looked at, that it is even from a conscious thought seed expansion into the greater supportive thoughts. That is the gender role. That is one of the gender roles that is not spoken of or focused on in the matrix, because it would be the complete unity in respect of biological imperative and progress, physical and spiritual immortality coming through the female's role. Thus, she would be worshipped as that. And of course, the matrix cannot have that. This is why in today's matrix world, you will notice or hear men say, man, my lady always takes the smallest things and blows them up into a big argument. This is because as an absorption step-up transformer, she was designed to absorb her surroundings and also expand that energy. In ancient times, it was Ma'at that surrounded her. Thus, she would be birthing, healing life energy and magnifying that. Unfortunately, in today's surroundings by the matrix, what do you think she's unknowingly magnifying? Of course, negative energy. Thus, the statement by several men, my female takes a small thing and blows it up into a big argument, because she's absorbing the negative energy. If she was in an environment that was surrounded by Ma'at, which is also a female, positive energy, she would absorb and expand that, because her body and her consciousness is designed to absorb, support, and expand, whether it be negative or positive, whatever it is around her. That's where you get the consciousness term of empathy, empathic. The symbol, excuse me, The symbol type was a temple of structure, immortal spiritual expansion. So the symbol was the Aku. Let me give you one of its real names. And remember, the word family is Aut, and the determinative is female. She is the one that houses and expands the energy in her womb. Now let me show you the temple of immortality and one of its original names. Here's the word Aut. This is the expander of energy. This is the Aut, feminine determinative, a woman in the position of giving birth. And now here is the Aku, what they're calling a pyramid, that your common teacher and common person won't give you the original name, because if they gave you one of the original names for this, you may wonder, why do I have a woman, a female here, beside the pyramid? So if they gave you the original name, it would be the same Iat or At, and the two arms, that's the Iat of the family. It would be the same root word of it with the same two arms. People would have to explain why it's a term for family, the two arms. And by the way, the word the U at the end of something makes something plural. And you're going to see in the language how this word family is going to transform from something singular to plural. So when you add the word U to the end of the word, it's a sound of expansion. It's either a metanet or chick. A chick is in a little bird, or the expansive rope in the Fibonacci that's expanding in a spiral. You take the U out of it, and you would get the singular. And this is Aat with the same two hands without the U, because this is a singular pyramid, and a family is, of course, plural. But it's the same word. The same word for the pyramid is the same word for family. And of course, the matrix can't tell you that. That's why they keep insisting that those are called pyramids, and they never give you the original names. They don't give you the names because you start to ask, why is there two hands in the word for pyramid? And why is it the same word as family? Boom, the structure of the spiritual and immortal expansion of the Ka, that people call today the soul, is the same name for family, which determines focus on the two arms and the female in the womb, because she is the expansion of the Ka, which is a symbol of two arms, becoming a physical body on this side, starting from a seed. So of course it starts from a seed, and then it expands, and you start to build a family. And I will soon show you that the correlation that this is happening in the physical realm, turning into seed, into a 7 to 8 pound child, is the same gender role that a female does in the family. On the conscious side, both of them are conceptions. That's why your seed birth is called the same thing as having a thought today. So when you're giving birth, or when you're pregnant, they say a woman is conceiving a child. That's conception. And when someone comes up with a conscious thought, they say, I have a new concept, or you can't conceive what I'm saying, because the birth of the seed in ancient times was the same thing as the birth of a thought, the birth of consciousness, because conscious beings started off as mental, non-physical beings, and then were birthed into this world. Both of them are conceptions, concepts. Whether it's the conception of a child or the conception of thoughts, I will show you this is happening and has effects on the neurological and cortisol influx of the male very shortly. But first, remember, the word for family is Aut. I've just shown you the family expansion of the seed, the sperm, because that is what everyone starts off as, because the seed sperm would have to expand in order to become a family. By the one who is expanding it, which is the female, from her gender role as a female. And I want to show you how ingenious our ancestors were within the antandric meanings. And by the way, guess what the word for seed was over 3,000 years before the Matrix? So there's a meta word for seed. Over 3,000 years before 5th, May 30th, 2026. What's the individual seed called? Uh-oh. Ow. That's the seed, a singular and a plural. Why? Why singular and a plural? Because simply, the individual sperm is ejaculated as millions of sperms, still plural, but still within there is this, all of that is the seed. You don't know which one individually is going to hit the egg. So the seed, starting off, is the same root word as the family, which is the word for seed. Boom. Ow. With two feminine arms, because it is only the female's anatomy and spiritual structure that can expand the seed into the family. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Here we go. There's out, family, and what is it? A'at, the same word for the pyramid. Great goddess, feminine. Two goddesses. You see two hands, two forearms. By my two hands, reading the root word, family. Out from A'at and Awi, which are the feminine goddesses. The family has the determinative of a female, even though it's composed of two genders. The word itself is of one gender, focus on a particular gender. You see it? The same word for family, the same word for goddesses, the same word for the tomb, the womb, and what people call the pyramid, that which the deceased go into and expand outwards into the afterlife. Same thing the womb does in the physical life, but in reverse. Thus the mother, the word, thus the mother. The word mother comes from the word ma'at. It's mut. And this is one of the reasons why I had to reintroduce the world to this symbol. This is how it all ties in. This is the I, which is female again. The Uwajid I, female. And I want to ask everybody, what is the interesting thing, everybody, that an eye does in the dark? So Uwajid, which is the word for the eye, is female. Ma'at, which I had to reintroduce to the world, was the real word. Ma'at is vision, is the observer. But what does the eye do, everybody? I'm going to take a little voice break. What does the eye do in order to see better in the dark? Let me come to the class. What do your eyes do in order for you to see better in the darkness? Type it in the room. You look at your eye, it does something when you get into darkness in order for you to see better. What does it do? What's a particular word it does? I'm going to leave this up on the screen for a moment, and I'm back in a minute. Here we go. Boom. Right back. You all type it in the room. What does the eye do in the darkness? Watch what happens with this word. Okay, I'm back, everyone. Let me check the answers, everybody. What does the eye do in the darkness? Shout out to the new people in the room. Teeny Topta. Nice image of a hummingbird. I have a hummingbird almost each morning outside of my window right here. Hummingbirds are beautiful. And since you're a new person, heart, teeny Topta. What's acclimated? Okay, acclimated. Eyes acclimate. They adjust. They widen. Open the pupils. Dilates in the dark. Aperture dilates. Okay, everybody. Wonderful. The eyes in the dark, what do they do? Wow, this is Nefer. I love it. Okay, the eyes. Everybody's right. Everybody's right, everybody. Let's go and see. The eyes dilate. That's expansion. So the eyes do. They expand, and the word there is definitely dilate. There we go. So here's the real word for ma'at that most of your people won't show you because they just want to tell you the word ma'at means order and justice, and they don't give you the word for ma'at that pertains to your accountability and participation, which is the word ma'at is the observer, the examiner. And thus when you observe and examine the situation, when you have discernment, you're the one that puts things in order. You're the one that's doing that. That's why the symbol of ma'at is an eye. One of the focuses of the conscious so-called community woke is to take you away from your interaction with the actual lifestyle and actually make you an atheist. So ma'at, here it is. So here it is, dilates. Everybody was there. Everybody the word dilates. Dilates, make wider, extended, expand. What is this word here? Extended, expand, enlarge in all directions. Okay, so the word dilate is the same thing that I'm telling you that the female does. The energy to expand, enlarge, expand. Here is the feminine word. That is the same word for examination, discernment, and then you put things in order. That is the name of the spiritual lifestyle of the most ancient spiritual people on the earth. It's a feminine name, and it's an eye. And here is the word dilate. And here, now that you know that the female is the expander in her gender role, anatomically, and in the family, you'll soon see mentally that I've shown you the same word for family started off. And now that I've shown you the same word for family started off before it expanded, because the female is the expander. So the same word for family before it expands is au. And because the continuation of the seed, the word stays the same. It's au, it becomes now the family. Now, what else does the word au mean in Metanetter, thousands of years before the Matrix? There's the word au, which is family, seed, and the name for the original name for the pyramids. What else does it mean? Boom, to dilate. You see that? That's what the female does. To dilate, which is expand. It's the female doing that. Au, seed, au, dilate. Which dilateth, is to expand. Just like what the eye does, which was originally feminine. Whether you take it back to Sekhmet, Wadjet, feminine, or whether you take it back to Ma'at, it was a feminine insert. Dilation of the eye is the same word for what the female does, creating the environment to expand the seed. And that's the word au, is the word for dilate. Now let me take you to the biophysiosocial science and medical scientific reports to show you what the tonation does for the expanding symbiotic relationship. Now we're in biopsychosocial science and medicine. Society for Biopsychosocial Science and Medicine, and it repeats down at the here. Now we're into scientific reports. Social dialogue triggers biobehavioral synchrony of partners, endocrine responses via sex-specific, hormone-specific, attachment-specific mechanisms. Social contact is known to impact the partner's physiology and behavior, but the mechanisms underpinning such interpartner influence are far from clear, guided by biobehavioral synchrony conceptual frame. We examine how social dialogue shapes the partner's multi-system endocrine responses as mediated by behavioral synchrony. To address sex-specific, hormone-to-specific, attachment-to-specific mechanisms, we recruited 82 man-to-woman pairs and equals 164 participants in 3 attachment groups, long-term couples n equals 29, best friends n equals 26, in-group strangers n equals 27. We use salivary measures of oxytocin. We're going to get to oxytocin soon. That's the feminine. Of oxytocin, cortisol, testosterone, and secretory hemoglobin A, biomarkers of the immune system. Before and after 30-minute social dialogue. Dialogue increased oxytocin and reduced cortisol and testosterone. Cross-person, cross-hormone influences indicate that dialogue carries distinct effect on women and men as mediated by social behavior and attachment status. Men's baseline stress-related biomarkers show both direct hormone-to-hormone associations and via attachment status and behavioral synchrony impacted women's post-dialogue biomarkers of stress, affiliation, and immunity. In contrast, women's baseline stress biomarkers linked with men's stress response only through the mediating role of behavioral synchrony. As to the affiliation biomarkers, men's initial OT, oxytocin, impacted women's oxytocin response only through behavioral synchronicity, whereas women's baseline oxytocin was directly related to men's post-dialogue oxytocin levels. Findings pinpoint the neuroendocrine advantage of social dialogue, suggests that women are more sensitive to signs of men's initial stress and social status, and describe the behavior-based mechanisms by which human attachments create a coupled biology towards greater well-being and resilience. And here's the chart that I showed, the path analysis for predicting women's post-dialogue biomarkers values by men's pre-dialogue values, mediated by group and behavioral synchrony. Significant paths are marked with a line of coefficient. Affiliation group was coded as 0 to strangers, 1 to affiliation. Women's initial biomarkers were controlled by women's baseline values. Paths were tested with bootstrap of 5,000 samples. Overall, the model provided a adequate fit to the data. And then these numbers here. CT among men and couples group M equaled 0.74, SD 0.41 were lower than those in the friends and stranger groups. These findings indicate that whereas the effect of social dialogue on increasing oxytocin was ubiquitous across groups and sexes, the effects on reducing CT and T were more nuanced and amongst men dependent on attachment status with their female partner. That's the end I wanted to get to. Amongst men dependent on attachment status with their female partner. So yes, the positive support, so boom. Yes, the positive, biomarkers And hormone to hormone synchronicity creates hormone to hormone synchronicity and affects cortisol levels simply by positive words and attachments in the unison of thoughts. Now, this evolution goes back. The reason for this evolution goes back thousands of years when neurological change in a man's brain move more to a secure phase of confidence when going out into danger. Let me shrink this down a little bit so I can read it better. Okay, here we go. Okay, much better. Let's see if I can. Okay, here we go. Move it all the way over. Okay, here we go. So the neurological change in a man's brain moved to a more secure phase of confidence when going out into dangerous scenarios. To attain food in the wild and having to fight off wild animals and defend his family, and security and backing that he would feel, the security and backing that he would feel emitted when the female provided a psychological and spiritual protection and motivation to bring back home provisions. This formed a male to female symbiotic gender rolled relation of synchronistic compatibility, whereas the female, just as she did with the sperm, would magnify the male's positive ego by being a reflection of his character, because his character was dedicated to support and protect her and the family, while she supported and protected him with his consciousness, expanding his positive ego and self-assurance, which brings us directly to the laws of Ma'at within Ankh Sheshonk on line 19. Here we are in the laws of Ma'at, the real laws of Ma'at, not the fake 42 laws of Ma'at that people made up. There's nowhere in the Kemetic writings, but the real laws of Ma'at, Tepi Ma'at, Saba Ma'at. Here it is. A woman lets herself be loved according to the character of her man. A woman lets herself be loved according to the character of her man. This is complete unison because, of course, his character has to be well established first. The character of the man, well established within his spirituality, responsibility, dedication, and his strength, was that which she supported. So that's the love energy. By the way, the word love is the word meri. It means to desire for something to happen. That's the real definition of love. The desire for something to happen, which means the original word for love was goal-oriented. You had to have common goals in order to love each other, in the real definition of meri. A role is to create the synchronistic environment that nurtures the family. It reflects the characteristics of the stability of the man's consciousness. This is done by constant reminders of his accomplishments, that's giving him the courage to continue to move forward with other accomplishments. Before the Matrix, she was considered the reminder, or as people today say, Sekhmet. This is why anyone who teaches you about Sekhmet pertaining to the feminine divinity frequency, they never will tell you what that power was. They never will open up the papyrus and tell you what Sekhmet means and what the power actually was. The name actually means, the root of it is Sek A'ai, which was composed of two words. Sek means memory. And of course, EE was a symbol of the female supportive hands, is in the word, typo, is in the word reminder. Utterances or sometimes it's translated as songs of joy. It is really a reminder of utterances to raise the inner son, inner man, and child. As we see here in the Purim Haru, on plate 2, we can see where this utterance of memory, which resurrected the inner son, was considered a form of protection. Once again, represented by the two hands that are in the out of the female behind the male's back. So here is the root word. Here's the Sekhmet, Sekai. And here is Kepra Tesef, salute. So salute, Aset and Nebtet. There's the word, Sek. Sek is the root of Sekhem, Seka-E-E. There's the E-E again. There's the two hands. Songs, what's an utterance word? And the both of their hands are protecting. So the Sekai are utterances that they're saying to create a protection. The male is protecting the female through his defense of the family and creating what's called a house band, which is a territory that no man or animal shall cross. That's where you get the word husband from. Husband comes from house band, the band around the house. And he forms as a form of protection because his testosterone levels are higher. And the female's form of protection is the support, as long as his character represents the culture that he's disciplined in. She's not just out there supporting Tyrone, the Tyrone, the guy that rolls dice and hanging out on the block. That's not what she's supporting. She's Sekai, doing memory utterances. These memory utterances are protecting the hand. These are the hands of protection. These are the words that make the word Aut, family, Aui. That's a protecting hand because their hands form the shape of the Ka, the spiritual energy that creates everything. The symbol representing one of the female's gender roles of her as the expander of positive energy, in this case using her words as the actual expansion, ascension of the sun itself, within the same word for memory, that would serve as a form of conscious protection. So when I say the sun itself, that means the word that you're looking at, Sekai, is a resurrection word. You see the sun, and you see the light coming out of it as it peeks over the horizon. That's the ascension of light, which is the same word. The utterances of protection resurrects light. That's why you see the word I am Ra in his rising. See where I have the blue arrow pointed to rising? That's the sun rising. And the word Sek, root of this word, Sekai. See, Sekai, may I remember. So these are utterance of remembrance that cause her male and her family to rise as the sun rises. And that's why the same word for rising sun is the same word for the utterance in the songs that the females sing, which is the same word for memory, Sekai, which is what bred the word Sekhmet. That's the power of the Sekhmet, the real Sekhmet, as what's in the writings of the papyrus, not the Sekhmet on TikTok. Because memory compounded are constantly repeating her utterances or ritual of an affirmation. So affirmations and utterances are constantly repeated in the household. They're constantly said, which is why songs have what are called hooks. That's the part you remember because that's the part you repeat over and over. So you may not know this. Let me get some water. I gotta do this. I gotta teach whatever. It's not about me and my situation, about bringing this answer, right? So here we go. That's my character. So here it is. So when you say a song over and over again, the part that you remember the most when you first hear it, and even afterwards, is the hook. So most people can't rap a whole Eminem song. Go try to rap. What's that word? God. Those songs where Eminem and Busta Rhymes have the Twister and Busta Rhymes and Eminem have the fastest words, but what you can quote, what's in your head, is the hook. That's what grabs you. That's why it's called a hook, from the word heck, which is the Kemetic grabber tool that grabs the sheep. So the utterance of beautiful words and expansion to her husband and child expand their light, which is why the determinative of a female, the glyph of the expansion of light and the determinative of how you say the word female is Nehem. Nehem is one of the determinatives of female, and just like Sekai, the expansion of light through memory of utterances of words. Here is the new word for everybody. May 30th, 2026. Here is the word Nehem. This is the other word for female, and guess what it means? Boom! Praises. What is she holding up? The sun. She's holding up light, conscious energy. That is her role. She is the expansive energy, and resurrection energy of the inner sun and the inner light. Through what? Praises, which is what? Utterances of words, henus. So here's the word for female, and she's holding up a sun. Thank you. Just like over here is what? The resurrection of the sun. See, I am Ra and is rising. Remember consciousness. The utterance to someone of what they do, it builds confidence because you're constantly saying it. So if you say to your husband, or your husband says to you, hey, you're beautiful, and he says it to you once every 5 years, hey, great job on the kitchen, but he only tells you great job on the kitchen every 5 years, your confidence levels are going to go down. It's the constant repeating of things that build the consciousness of confidence. More so for the male, because he had to build his confidence to go out and fight animals that could kill him every day. He needed more confidence and more buildup in his neurological makeup, because the female was within the protection of the home he was providing, and she was in a safe place that had boundaries and a roof and walls, where every day he had to go out not knowing which animal was going to kill him that day. So he had to constantly hear words of approval and words of compliments. This is why people like to hear compliments, not one compliment. Imagine your mother or your father only complimented you in one sentence when you were 5 years old, and that's the last time they complimented you, and now you're 36. And you're like, yeah, my mom complimented me when I was 5. One time. No, it's the repetitiveness of the compliments that builds up your character, confidence. Female was Nehem. There were songs of praises. Songs are things done for ritualistic memory. They're not like songs today. They're not trap music. They're not just singing for nonsense and airheadedness. The purpose for singing back then was to constantly recite ritual. I'm going to read this and I'm going to take a little break. Excuse me. I got to get my throat back. Take a little 3-minute break, 4-minute break. Rest my throat a little bit. Okay, so yes, the determinative for that, which made something feminine, was a female raising, expanding, heightening, rising sun embracing in her hand, which was the same word for utterance or singing songs. The consistency of positive words through the household is what brought the Sekhem, the Sekhmet, the consistent memory and vibration of confidence and support to her family. This was the actual Sekhemet power, which was utterance to reinforce the constant memory within the family as her feminine gender role. Those who want to remove this family aspect of the feminine gender role of Sekhmet did not mention this aspect or emphasize on it in their images of her with her family within the arms of Ptah, supporting the sun, as we see here in the statuary group of Ptah, Sekhmet, and Nefertum. This was dedicated to Psemtek. Psemtek was one of the last pharaohs that fought off, that used Greek mercenaries. It's another story, but Psemtek, Menwaset. So when people talk about Sekhmet, and the Greek goddess Sekhmet, you never see on the YouTube videos or the TikTok videos where they associate Sekhmet with having a man, do you? I'm the great goddess. They never tell you Sekhmet's power pertaining to what her name was. Here is Sekhmet. What is Sekhmet represented as? Every time people talk about segment is on the ground fighting. I'm a strong fighting woman. No. Sekhmet is here with her arm behind her husband. Here's Sekhmet. Here's Nefertem with her arm behind Ptah, the Djed. The Djed is a word that means support. So here's the Sekhmet. I'm going to take a break right here for a moment and come back in a few minutes. Here's a Sekhmet they don't show you. Every time you talk about Sekhmet, you're always talking about, I'm a fighter woman. I'm a fight you. No. What about this? What is this here? What's happening here? Doesn't look like she's fighting anybody. This is the Sekhem from the Sekau, the support. That's why the hands are behind the back. Forming this image with these two of the hand behind the back of the husband, which is Ptah. I'm going to take a break right there, and I'll be back, everybody. You all build. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Let me try to get my throat a little bit better. Woo-wee. I'll be right back in a minute. I'm going to put the screen share back on. I'm going to keep teaching till whatever, man. That's what I've been doing since grade 9, right? Here we go. Right back. Okay, I'm back, everyone. Press 9. Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to check before I start again. Oops. 9, check, check, check. Okay, we got, hey, Nanda Pro is here. Nap Pro. We got Robert Ones of the 9. RPM is still here. Good. Great. Drip Skylark. This is Drip Skylark's. This is what he does on a Saturday. Tells his friends, I'm not coming out today. It's pod class day. You all can go and hang out. We got Nukpu. Okay, wonderful, wonderful. All right, everybody. Let's continue. Let's go. Let's go. I left with 40 people. Come back, there's 41 people. Nice. Here we go. I'll do my best, everybody, with this voice situation. It's tough and rough, but I said I used to teach in -8 degrees. So here we go. All right. So here we are. Here is the segment that they don't focus on when they talk about feminine energy, feminine power. This is the segment with Ptah. Segment Seka is memory. They say if segment means powerful. What type of power is what they're keeping from you? The type of power is the Sekai. The Sekai is memory power of utterances of words. That's what Sekem means. What she would do for a longer period of time than the one story. When people focus on Sekhmet, they focus on, and it's actually Seket in the writing. Seket, they focus on one story where she was causing bloodshed, again defending the male Ra. But her story doesn't end there. After that story, she continues her life with her husband, and she continues living in obligation to the family, which is what you see here. This is not in the time of the fight. So when they teach you the Sekhmet, the feminine goddess represents power, they don't tell you that it's the power to heal her man, heal physically and spiritually when he is damaged. That was the protection through utterances and through healing. Feminine energy of the lioness goddess, as it says in the words of the ancestors themselves. When they say Sekhmet, I'm the powerful fighter, female goddess Sekhmet. Well, what was Sekhmet doing in the story that matches her name, which is the Sekai, utterances of memory to her male? What do the words say themselves? Because people don't go into the story, into the words of the ancestors. When a man smells pleasant of myrrh, his wife is like a cat before him. But when a man is hurt, there his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. That was the Sekhmet lioness that it was speaking of. The fighting and protection was a protection of her man. But it was done through the Sekai. When a man smells pleasant of myrrh, his wife is like a cat. That's the Bastet. When a man is hurt, his wife is there like a lioness to protect him. There is the protection. It's family Ahut's protection. These are the original protective hands, which were the symbol of the Ka, which was expansion source of the Ba, the bioenergetic projectable double, in rising consciousness expanding back into life. This is where the concept today comes from of a female having your back when she's really really expanding the Djed. This is where it comes from, of the consciousness of the male and child while protecting them through the Sekai. Here is where it comes from. Na'ut was the female, the two hands. With the two hands, notice that in the images, the two hands are behind the back. whether it's sideways behind the back, or whether it's from the front, they are behind the back. These are the two protective hands. That's why the very words for goddesses, the two great goddesses, was the same word for two forearms. If you ask anybody today on YouTube or TikTok, hey, tell me how the word goddesses relates to two forearms. How does that work? They will not link it back to family because they're not giving you the structured teachings of biological imperative on the social medias, popular websites. They're just giving you what looks pretty for views. Here's the real story. Here's the real image. It's the mut, a female role for protective. That's why mut was the vulture. What does the vulture do with her wings? The vulture protects with her wings. That's the same thing that they're doing with their wings, their hands. That's why at the bottom, you see their hands are also their wings. The protection of their male and their family through Sekai, support and expansive energy. And remember, the definition of the word gender is again, gene, give birth, procreation, beget, to bring forth, species, raise stock, produce. Here's the definition of gender. Thus, guess what the word gender, which is beget, produce. You see it, beget, produce. What was the word gender? Beget, produce, generate, was in the Medunetter 3,000 years before the Matrix. Guess what the word for gender was? Generate, see, generate, generation, procreation, beget. What was the Medunetter word for all that? Boom. Look at this. To beget. There's your word for gender, to beget, generate, boom. Combining the male and the female, boom. The female supportive expansive arm over the male phallus, which was erect. Sperm ejaculated, engendered life. The word gender originally showed the workings, roles of the male and the female within the same word. So they reversed it. In the Medunetter, the word family is feminine, and in the Medunetter, the word for gender, generate, is both male and female. That's why you will never see an image of a phallus in Kemet limp. Go ahead and try to dig up an image of a penis or a phallus limp. It means nothing limp. The phallus is only relevant when the sperm is coming out of it and it's erect. That's when it can generate. That's when it can beget. That's when it can plant the seed, the a'au, that becomes the auat. And none of this can happen without the testes. That's why they put the testes as a part of it, because without the testes, the man cannot get an erection, which is why one of the main weapons during slavery, or what they called slavery because it wasn't slavery, they don't have a word for that event, but today they call it slavery. In that event that took place, they castrated the male. When you castrate the male, there's no more erection that can take place, thus there's no more generation, gender, engendering. The testes were very important because it produced life as the words of the man's mouth would, only if those words were true. So thus you can only have a testimony if a testimony is true. Testimony is from testicles, testosterone. That's where you get the saying, as a man, I'm only worth my word and my balls. Any of you ever heard of that term before? Because the balls produces the testosterone, produces the erection, and thus you can't have a fake testimony. Well, you can, but you're just not in ma'at if you do. There we go. Ready? Let's continue. All right. So they're both within the same word. The male and female, there's the female hand, i.e., and there is the male phallus, both put together for the word generate, to beget, because that is the only relevance of being a gender. Being a gender is only to beget, to generate, to produce genes, procreate, bring forth life. So there's no cloud. I'm half cloud, half pencil gender. There's no such thing as that. After the expansion of the step-up transformer expanding the sperm to the baby in its full term, and expanding, echoing, repeating the positive energy throughout the household, the female's gender role was also the continuation in a role that she would play in the child's life, which was giving the child life through, not training, through the exchanging of oxytocin while nurturing and simultaneously feeding through the breast milk, embracing, which gives the oxytocin, embracing and raising the child up to the breast. Here is the word Ankh, which itself is life, and you can clearly see that boom. You can clearly see the shape, forming the female shape as the life giver, the life sustainer, physical life giver, meaning that you see the child life come out of the womb, come out of the vagina. So the life sustainer, the one who raises up the sun, the light, the one who raises up her man's consciousness and supports, as the one who raises up her child to her breast. She's the raiser, she's the expander. In order for him to receive life, she has to raise the child up to breast level. Thus, let me show you again the ancient word for embrace. So here's what the woman, the female on the hominid side do. You see four-legged animals don't have to do this. So dogs don't have to do this. Pigs don't do this. Horses don't do this. Cattle don't do this. Other animals, but hominids, you have to raise the child up in order for the child to live. She gives it the Ankh, and you see the Ankh is feminine. She's the one that embraces the child. So what is the word for embrace? Here is the raising up again. What is the word of embrace? Hepet, to take to the breast. And Ankh, this is the word for Ankh. And then again, they won't show you that it's to embrace. And Hepet, the embrace is to take up to the breast. That's what gives the life to the child. And Ankh is embrace. I had to bring this definition of Ankh back into people's consciousness about 10 or so years ago, but I brought it back again a few years ago when I did the class, 2 years ago when I did the class on the Ankh, that people say the Ankh is just a word that means life, but it's to embrace. It's a feminine, hepet. Hepet is a word that deals with expansion and advancement. Hepet means to rise, the same word as sekau, same meaning as sekau. That's what the woman does. She grabs and she raises up anatomically for the baby, and she holds and raises up the support system of her dejed, of her man and her child. Hepet Ankh, the raiser, expander of life, which is why the determinative of female, Nahem, is she's raising the sun. She's always raising the light consciousness, and they make sure they emphasize through the utterance of words. Sing songs, utterance of words, Sekai, there's the raising of the sun. I am Ra and is raising, there's the same symbol. And Sekai is conscious memory. Okay? If you notice the word memory, memory is a word, but you notice that to do it, you put the word re in front of it. Remember. Memor is already a word. Re is to do again. Remember is to bring back. That means it's already happened. This is how that power works. It has to be repetitive. Remember. So you don't remember something that's happened for the first time. It has to happen first, then you bring it back. And then you're consistent bringing it back gives you a skill. Now, Tiger Woods has done it so many times that it's natural. Mike Tyson, kung fu fighters, singers, practice so much, remember, jiu-jitsu fighters, remember, do things ritualistically, habitually, so much that now it's called what? Second what? Was it called second what? Hand. Now it comes second hand to me. The word hand again tying into it. Thank you, VRI. Yeah, my throat is a little bit odd. It'll be good by tonight. Repetition. That's why it's remember. The concept of member or limbs. These are called members. The original concept of remember was to bring limbs back together. The utterance, Naham, songs and utterances of words that are said in Nebtet would do to bring Asar's consciousness back. And then he was eventually remembered. Remembered is to bring, it comes from a story of bringing members back, your body parts, from the story of Asar being cut up into different members. Then he was remembered. Then his consciousness came back. Here we go. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to make it through this. All right. So the female's role as the raiser and expander of life, anatomically, consciously, supportively, and through words of consistent, beautiful utterances, stimulating the memory, stimulating the assurance, which is also insurance. The assurance, which is insurance. Assurance is when you know something has your back. Insurance is when you know something has your back. So the confidence within the husband, but of course, only if the husband is disciplined as a practitioner within the culture, creating a child which is an echo of them both. This is okay. This here. Some typos or something. So okay. Oh, and child, causing them both to raise, causing both the child and the husband to raise. Here we go. So of course, what does the Matrix do in the Psyops to try to reverse all of this beautiful aspect of the feminine mother quality? What would that be? Independent Women's Forum, Alberta, Canada, progressive new government bans the words mother and father. So now in 2016, the gender of mother and father are banned in schools. Men can be mothers in the UK, while French schools erase terms father and mother. The focus of ISFED in the Matrix is to erase that was the original engenderer and replace it. So now, father and mother are erased. Boom, yes, to slowly remove the terms, of course. And where? In school, which is where children are beginning to learn life and form their mind and make their decisions. And the first thing they're learning is that, and I want you to know the words that are banned. The words that are banned. There's a clicking noise happening. Can you all hear me? There's a clicking. Can everybody hear me? Press 9, other than my voice. But is there some other sound? Can you hear clicking, Nanny, or is it? Maybe it was me tapping the buttons. Okay, can you all hear me? Press the 9 if you can hear me. Okay. So here's the words that are banned in school. You know, this does something to the subconscious mind of the child when all these words are combined. Yes, it's still there. When I speak, there's a clicking. There's 40 people here who can hear me and who cannot. Don't be shy. Just go ahead and help type in. Let me know what's happening. So Robert Williams says, yes, it's there when I speak. Is it clicking? Check, 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 check. 40 people here only. It's clicking. That's strange. I'm gonna. So is it clicking right now? Because my hands are not touching anything. Is it clicking right now? 1, 2, 3. Mic check, check, check. Is it clicking as my hands are here? Not pressing any buttons. Is it clicking now? Okay. We have to continue. So here are the words that are banned in child's mind. In school, F-U-C-K, curse words, calling women a B-I-T-C-H. Those are banned words in school, right? You can't call your teacher a B-I-T-C-H. You can't be talking to your teacher saying F you, F the world, right? So that's programmed in the child's mind as something bad and evil and negative. So now the new introduction is, here's 2 new words to add to that list. Father and mother. So now father and mother are associated on the same frequency as the other words that are banned. S-H-I-T, F-U-C-K, B-I-T-C-H, and father and mother. Let that absorb in your mind of what's actually happening. Here we go. 1, 2. Okay. I think I know what the clicking is. All right, here we go. I'm going to scroll instead of tapping on the computer. Here we go. So father and mother banned in schools. Now let me ask the class a question. I'm going to ask the class a question. You all participate if you can. From what you've learned, women out there, men out there, females, males, who is the provider in the household commonly? Who is the one who brings home the bread or provides or protects the family? The man or the female? What's the regular answer for that? What did you grow up with? Who is the provider? Who's the provider of the household, everybody? Traditionally. Not because men and women have jobs today, but just traditionally. Okay. The man. Okay, here we go. Ready? All right. The male is known as the provider. The sole provider earned money to fully support the family, so his wife didn't have to work. My definition of the man, the family, is to be the provider, protector, and leader and teacher. But if any provideth not for his own, and especially in his own household, he has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. A man provides for his family. Yes, the male. Let me ask the class another question. How many hundreds of times have you heard females say, I just want a man that can make me laugh? Have you all heard that before? Women in the audience, people watching. Have you heard that before? I just want a man that can make me laugh. I'll take some water. Just give me a man. Give me a man that can make me laugh. This is very common, correct? I just love a guy that can make me laugh. I need a man who can make me laugh harder than I can make myself laugh. Me to that one guy that can make me laugh. Never wanted a perfect relationship. Just need a man that can always make me laugh. Where do these come from? Where does this come from, everybody? There's an interesting mix of attributes. 95% of women across the world, especially in North America, say a man who provides and a man who can make me laugh. But those are two random attributes that don't seem like they go together. Providing protection and making somebody laugh. Where does this come from? And if these are the main attributes, why are there so many relationships across North America that separate? I just want a man that can make me laugh. I just want a man that can provide. There are thousands upon thousands of men out there that can provide for a female and make them laugh. Hold on. Excuse me. There are thousands of men out there that can provide for a female and can make them laugh. So there must be something missing to this equation. But first, where does this come from? Let me take you to the oldest instructions on earth of the role of the male gender. And that is Ptahhotep 2375 BC. The instructions of Ptahhotep, the first guide of morale and law and gender instruction on the planet Earth. Now we go right into the actual writings in the Metanetter, and here's where that comes from. If you wish to pursue excellence and establish your own house, love your wife in good faith, fill her stomach, clothe her back, humor her heart during your lifetime. She's a field of blessing for her Lord. So here is where this originally comes from. If you pursue excellence and establish your own house, love your wife in good faith, and provide for her. Fill her stomach, close her back, and humor her heart during your lifetime. Here are the two attributes that you see thousands of women talking about all over the internet, all over the world, all over North America. And you wonder, where did this originate? Where did this concept come from? These two things don't seem to have anything to do with each other. They come from the laws of Ma'at. So why is there so many separations? So here is the first origin of those two concepts on Earth, 2400 BC, with the laws of Ma'at. So this seems simple. There are thousands upon thousands of men, again, that can provide for a female and children, and that can also make the female laugh. Usually because that's what they see on the very first few dates before they get into marriage, is that he's making her laugh on those dates. That's what attracts her in the first place. So the prerequisite seems simple. And so what women are mostly looking for, if this is so simple, why are these the statistics of divorce in America? Let me take you to the divorce law, April 4th, 2026. So women are saying we just want a man that can provide for us and make us laugh. Let's go to last month's statistics and let's see. Here we go. U.S. divorce rate hits 50 low year. Only 40% of first marriages now end in divorce. 40%, it used to be 50. That is because, remember, as I taught above, relationships of gender role has to be symbiotic, meaning there must be a standard culture and agreed upon spiritual system that creates a symbiotic flow of respect and appreciation based on holding each other accountable to that system. And then the appreciating of each other is when the roles are achieved that match with that system. It was a reflection and a mirror of each other, which is why you see images of Ahouts or families, men and female, within their roles. When we see them together, they're drawn like each other. They're sitting in the same position. Their hands are the same. Their elbows are the same. Everything is moving the same because they're an echo of each other. So if you create a system, I just want a man to provide and a man that can make me laugh, but there's no structured system or spirituality or accountability, boom, 40% of marriages fail. Because within the matrix, they just taught you a few sentences from the original teachings of Ptahhotep in the symbiotic spiritual flow of Ma'at. Then the rest that you're not gotten in the relationship, the rest of the teachings is based on confusion, spiritual non-agreement, the lack of culture, the lack of respect for one another, gender roles, thus bad examples for the children, who also have a different culture, and thus chaos ensues, creating a neuronic conductivity discontinuality, disruption from the original frequency of the family structure out, enmeshed with spirituality, causing confusion in the organic gender roles when only one aspect of the original thought is used. I want a man that can provide, I want a man that can make me laugh. But all the other things in the laws of Ma'at we're not going to be taught about. Then the rest is replaced with colonized matrix thinking. Thus, for success, there must be a consistency where all of the frequency is lived, not just 2 sentences of it. Okay, here we go. Another aspect of importance of the male gender pre-matrix was foresight. The foresight needed to provide mentally and spiritually for the family. This part of the brain that had to develop in the male and be emphasized on, it had to be developed and emphasized on more than the female, was cognitive critical thinking, leading to precise logical discernment. This gender role evolved over hundreds of thousands of years, of the man being in the position where he had to go out, and in order to provide, he had to be consistently logically thinking of a plan to avoid the other animals that were around and other men that could kill him before he brings back the provisions. While the female had the mental routine of safety in the home, providing a beautiful environment, taking care of the children, preparing the meals, and expanding the life frequency. Thus, it became a routine. The female's role in the home would be a routine. It was a routine. Her mind was more at ease because she was in the safety of her home, providing the same routine every day. She can focus more on love and oxytocin aspects that govern the female gender role, while the male's environment was consistently changing, constant danger, triggering more of the logical pre-planning decision or death aspect of the brain, protective death aspect, making the man's gender role a better planner over the hundreds of thousands of years. Because of the consequence of a bad plan in the man's role as a hunter would lead to his death. Whereas the woman in the household, if she made a bad decision, she could correct it within the household. If she didn't feed the child on time, she could get to him in half an hour. If she didn't wash the clothes, she could wash them again. If the man made a wrong decision, he would die. So this developed the part of the brain of foresight and good planning, or your family dies, causing men to tap into the prefrontal cortex more often in the area of the brain used for planning and decision making, while tapping into the reptilian brain, the part of the brain responsible for the decision making of fight or flight. The man had to tap into this more, making him a better planner. Out in danger. So he made one wrong move and the hippopotamus kills him. He makes one wrong move and the wild dogs gang up on him and kill him. Here's a tomb of Asheret and Waset. You see him with his dogs and his spear. One wrong move and you're dead. You make a bad decision out in the wild while you're trying to take care of your family, and the leopard jumps on you and rips your throat out. Much different than the position that the female was in. And remember, everybody, the entire base of the family being the female determinative and the supportive hands in the Ka supportive soul position, the Aut, remember this? It's two great females, two great, how you see the ancient hunter. So guess, so we so guess. So thus, let me fix this. So thus, she's the protective hands to formulate the word for family. The great two goddesses, the two forearms, the protective hands. So thus, guess how you see the ancient hunter with the weapon of hunting and protection, while his supportive female is there with him. So when they're both out on the hunt, on the day she comes out with him, are depicted with him. How are they shown? In their gender roles. Let me take you to the tomb of Nebamun. So there you see the males in the hunt by themselves. So what happens when it shows the female and male depicted in the hunt together? Here we go. Boom. The male is the one doing the hunting with the weapons, fighting off the animals, hunting, killing the animals, catching the animals. Right? And the support, and you see the female behind him with the two EE hands in the ka position, and other female images in the back doing preparation of the food that was hunted. Notice it is only the male, the man, that has the weapon in his hand, while she's in the position of family out. And yes, he's the provider. That's what most women ask for. And at the same time, all of them are within and echoing the same spiritual system. They're dressed the same. Their symbols are the same. Their same symbiotic system. There's no confusion again. And again, her arms are in the position of praise, support, creating the word for family, which is out. This is the result of family when gender roles are understood in harmony. This is what you get, these images. You see the women in the back? They're preparing all the things that he's hunting with the weapon. He has the weapon. Now he's catching the duck. There are the plants in front of him. What do you see behind him? The woman in support. And she has what? The woman here has what? The ducks and the plants that are in front of him. He's the one doing it. They're the one bringing it back to prepare it. They're the supportive energy. Woo! And thus, the gender role guidance for a male warned him not to take life for granted and rise to organize himself early. Let me ask the class, what is that phrase that the Matrix gave you today? That we just accept things as they are. What's that phrase, everybody? It starts with, it is. And what's the rest of the sentence? What's the rest of the sentence, everybody? It is. Type in the rest. It is. When you just let things be as they be. It is. What's the rest of it? Let me save a little bit of my voice. Let me just say, that's what it is. It is. Type it in the room, everybody. There it is. It is what it is. Where did that come from? Where did this come from? This came from inversing the laws of Ma'at. This sentence right here, it is what it is. What it shall be, what happens, it is what it is. But they forgot the rest of the sentence. It is what it is. But the rest of the sentence is, it shall be what you make it. So when you come in contact with something, yes, it is what it is. But that's not covering the future wisdom. It is what it is the state that you find something in. Yes, it is what it is. But what shall it be? It shall be what you make it. Now you just change what it is because you're in control. It is what it is, left alone, was the opposite of the laws of Ma'at. I'll show it to you right within the laws of Ma'at. Here it is. Here's what the laws of Ma'at say about it is what it is. Here's what the laws of Ma'at say about it is what it is. It is what it is, right? And you always see these two guys, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Respectfully, of course. No. It was taught that a man should never just say, it is what it is. Or such is life. Because with that, there's no planning. And that he will not be a good provider. Let me fix that. It is what it is means there's no planning. He will not be a good provider without foresight. Again, to the original wisdom of Ptah Hotep. Here's it is what it is. The man who says such is life, which is it is what it is, he will be short of provisions owing to this. So if you just look at a situation and say, it is what it is, such is life, you'll be short of provisions. Provision, the root word is providing. That means you'll be short of the provider. You will be a provider because it is what it is, means you have no plan for the future. The role of the wise guide of the family, the wise hunter, whether hunter for provisions, physical food, or hunting for the truth to discern and make a proper decision. You want to wake up and organize yourself for the protection of your family, whether it be against physical animals, negative people, or isfed in any form. You must plan ahead of the enemy or risk your family's life again. So risk your family's life again using the aspect of the prefrontal area of the brain that governs critical thinking and discernment, again to the instructions of Ptah-hotep, instruction 573. So no, there's not 42 laws of Ma'at. We're already in instruction 573. This is early to organize himself. So you do not say it is what it is. You rise early, and you organize yourself. And so you're a planner now. Let me take you even deeper and then go how into this beautiful gender symbology. Conscious symbiotic system is reversed in your world to create a psyops through magical numerology hypnosis. First, back to the beautiful symbol of the female gender called the Nehem. Here's the Nehem. The raising of the light is the female's capability to raise the Sekah, consciousness, light of her husband and child through repetitive sound utterance. As we see here, in the right eye she put in the left. In the right eye she put in the left eye. She said to him, "Open your eyes." He opened his eyes. She looked at him. She found them healed. She went to tell Harakuti, "I found Heru deprived of his eyes, but I restored them." Thy sister Isis, Aset, acted as a protectress to thee. She drove thy enemies away. She averted seasons, calamity from thee. How did she do it? She recited the word or formula with magical power of her mouth. That's the Sekai, her mouth, being skilled of tongue, never halting for a word, being perfect in command. Aset, the magician, avenged her brother. She was seeking about him untiringly. That means she was doing it over and over and over again. There's the Sekai, the utterances. There's the determinative for female, utterances raising the sun. The female, Nehem, the raiser of the star, sun consciousness of support of her husband, who is disciplined in the structured ways of Ma'at, making him a good planner, discerner of truth, and decision maker, which she supports. She expands that type of man. I will show you how this consciousness got transported to today's thinking, except minus the rest of the culture. Let me ask the class, what is it called when you maintain morality or spiritual value or law? I will give you a hint. And you will see how this hint makes sense now. The first word of this word is a direction, which is the word up. What's the second part, everybody? So when you maintain either your man or your female or your words of wisdom, what's it called? These are the virtues that I up what? What's it called, everybody? These are the laws that I up. What's the other word after up? I support my man. I support him. I up what? 35 people. Up what? There it is. Do you see it now? Up. That's the direction of ascension. And you hold things with the EE hands. Up, hold. Uphold to sustain something shouldn't in English have anything to do with the word up. But it's up, hold. That's the EE of the AU to the female. Here we go, watch. Uphold. Here it is. You got it right, Robert Williams? You uphold. And there's the image. Yes, up. That's the direction. And the female holding. This is the lid of sarcophagus of the Jed Heru, priest of Amun-Ra, the royal scribe of the tribunal, keeper of the accounts of the domain of Imhotep. Here is the uphold. It's the female with her hands in the up symbol, the ka symbol, and she's holding something. So boom, yes. The ancient spiritual conscious role of the female gender was to uphold the star, the sun consciousness. It was this that led particularly to the shape star that was echoed in a circular, which was 360 degrees. Here's where it gets extremely deep. So there's a particular shape star that was put inside of a 360 degree shape. The completion of the Earth's movement around the sun from the Earth, and it looks like the sun moving around the Earth, it equals completion. It's a revolution of 360 degrees, and the resurrection, which is what happened to Asar. Let me show you how advanced the mathematical number system was, upheld by the female-shaped symbolism. Here it is. There's the circle, and this is 360 degrees. This is one of the only two shapes that can hold 360 degrees. So 360 degrees equals the sun, represents Asar as he was upheld, resurrected in consciousness by Aset, as she upheld is the Jed, giving him a full circle of life, which included life after death, because a full circle of life is your physical life, and then you're resurrected in the afterlife. Thus, the word for death is the same word for mother, because of rebirth. Symbolized by the sacred number 72. Now I'm going to reveal to you why the number 72 is spoken of in such high esteem and symbolic sacredness. But let me ask the class and the viewing audience, how many here have heard of the number 72 being special? And if so, can they get a source? Have they been given a source from the ancients? Has there been any ancient symbols, teaching coming from the actual artifacts, dated from the ancient people themselves, that talk about the number 72? So everyone in the class watching, many of you have heard that the number 72 is a sacred number, a special number. Some Kemetic people even say it's the number of Tehuti, right? Type in the room right now, for those of you who heard the number 72 is special. What's the source? What's the source of 72 having any special or sacred meaning, using an ancient reference, writings from the ancestors, or any ancient artifacts that the ancestors made? Does anybody have any at all? Does anybody have any at all coming from the ancestors? Not coming from what we think in our head, not coming from a TikTok video, Instagram, not coming from us trying to put things together, but did the ancient ancestors know that the number 72 was special in any way? If so, type in the room. Anybody? Because there's thousands of videos talking about 72, Tehuti's number, the sacred 72. 72 Jews were used to translate the Torah. Your wives get you get 72 wives in Islam. So what do the ancestors say? Anybody quote something from the ancestors? Pull up a papyrus a stela, a shape, or anything that the ancestors made that echo the number 72. I wonder from what the ancestors said, because if there's so many videos about it today, did it come from the ancestors? Did they know about it? Then you will see as you go around and ask people to talk about the number 72, they will not quote one thing from any ancient cuneiform, papyrus, stela, temple wall, any ancient shape diagram that was made by the ancestors that tied into 72. They won't give it to you. From the ancestors, I mean, an artifact you can hold and say, here it is, here's what they did. I see 72 beats, 36, 36, 72. I saw some triangle, 9, 18. I see a lot of things great. I'm gonna give you a hand clap. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let it be revealed today. Let it be revealed today, May 30th, 2026, for the first time, because there's about 40 people watching and only about 3 people answered. So either there's 37 people that never heard that the number 72 was special, or they did hear about it, but they're thinking now, oh my gosh, I was never shown that any of the ancestors said this. It's all TikTok, it's all New Age, it's all tarot card astrology stuff. But whoa, I've never was shown this pre-colonization. And they're starting to think about it now, and that's why there's only 3 people that type something. Because there is no one teaching it. They're just quoting, and Thoth Tehuti had the number 7. Solomon had 72. Solomon had 72 jinns. You get 72 wives in heaven when you're Islamic. The 72, but no reference. So here we go. You're going to get that today for the first time. Ready? Here we go. Ready, everyone? Now it's going to get deep. And watch how we close off the class. Watch this. Here we go. You may hear many people talking about the sacred 72. You ask the source of ancient symbols or in ancient writings. But today, there's some typos here. Today, you're going to get this. May 30th, 2026. You will learn for the first time that the number 72 is not only a sacred number, but was the number, the feminine number of engenderment. Here we go. So 360 was the rotational cycle. That's what makes a circle. That's what creates a year. It's a circle, means that it comes in a full from beginning to the beginning again. But the actual days it takes for the Earth to rotate around the sun is actually 365. So where did the extra 5-day calculation originate? They still keep it as 360 as a circle, but where did the extra 5 days come from? How did they add that into symbolism? Because they could have just added 5 days, but they made sure there was a symbolic story behind it. The followers of Ma'at, how did they introduce to keep the track of time? Well, each day in Ma'at is called a Heru, which represents birth, the great birth, rebirth of the Sar, something that a female does. So that can only be done through the female gender. The ancients added 1 netter to represent the birth, the mess, the permess, what a female does, the birth drama of the story, and who are the main characters of the story of the birth of Heru. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nephthys, Osiris, Set, Heru. How many netters is that? Yes, 5. 5 in the story, but why did they add them to the calendar? Because it perfectly echoes the microcosm of the sky. Because even though it's a rotation, which represents a circle, the actual rotation of the Earth around the sun is 365 0.25 days long. So the number became an association with female gender and birth because they had 4 beings birthed. So boom, our ancestors were the best, influencing the entire world, which is why the star, which is the word for day, is a 5 today. That's why you see it on flags today, lieutenant symbols, when you do well in school, because it comes from this. This is the light, again, ascended over the female's head. This is Sapti Aset, and there again is the light above her head, just like you see here. In the upholding, you see the light sun, which is a star, above the head of the female. So in Aset's name, in her form of Sapti, you see the light, but this time it's in a 5-pointed star. Why 5 points? The 5 points represent those 5 days, and then when you see, sometimes you see it within a circle. Why is the 5-pointed star inside of a perfect circle? And you will notice the 5-pointed star is within 360-degree circle. There is only one way, family, to create 360 from the star, which is 5. Does anybody know? How do you create 360 from the star, which is 5? You times it by 72. There's the number 72 related to the 5. The 5 extra days added to the 360. And the only way that you can create 360 is to times the 5 by this number. When you times the 5 by this number, you get back to 360. I'm gonna step off for just a moment. I'm gonna keep this here. I'll be right back in just a moment. There we go. 5 times 72. You see the 72 now? I'll be right back. Just clear my throat a little bit. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Let's go. Whew. Ready, everybody? Whew. Ready? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. So the only way to take the 5 and comport it with the 360 circle, which is what you see here, the 5-pointed star inside the circle, is to times the 5 by 72, which gives you the 360 degree circle. And I'm not done. The only way that this star can fit inside of the circle, so not only do you have to take the 5 and times it by the sacred 72 to get the 360 circle, but the only way you can fit this 5-pointed shape inside this circle where it hits each side equally, there's only one way to do that. And that's to put each angle at 72, 72, 72, 72, and 72. That's the only way. So again, the only way to have the 5 equal to 360 is to times it by the 72. Then you get the circle that surrounds the 5, the female symbol, the birth stars or the birth lights, 5 days, 5 lights added to the 360. But the only way you can put the 5 shape inside of the circle is that each of these degrees have to be 72. There's your 72. There's your 72. Boom, ready? I'm trying to make it through this. I'm make it through. I'll make it through this. Here we go. Woo. Here we go, everybody. So you see, the only way to do it is the number 72. How's this doing this? It's strange. Boom. The angles must be exactly 72 degrees in order to form the circle with the 5 shape in it. That's the only way you can do such. So no matter whether you have to make the 360, you have to times it by 72, and the only way to put the symbol that you times it by to equal to 72 inside of a 360 is that each of the angles have to equal 72, the sacred number of female engenderment, because the 5 was the 5 that were given birth to make the circle. Add the 5 to make the complete day. That's how the 360 needed the 5 to complete the day, is with the number 72. Now, boom. So now that you know this, let me show you one of the first times when genders got confused because they're using this principle. One of the first times genders got confused from two males, a male and a female gender, into a multitude. Guess what the Matrix did, everybody? What did the Matrix do? Here's your introduction. Boom. What are the 72 genders? There's your intro to the chaos. This is 10 years or so ago when all the gender stuff started coming. They turned the engendered number 72 into the amount of genders that there are. What are the 72 other genders? What are the 72 genders? Complete respectful guide to gender identity. There's 1, 2, here's 3, 72 genders. Exploring the list of 72 genders, understanding gender identity. They had to give it to you first. Give it to you first. As far back as 2016, all the way up to here, 2023, as the number 72. There it is again, 72 gender. They reversed the frequency, but gave you the same number so they could hold on to the same magical numerical aspect of engenderment that was the 5 shape of the female offset. But instead, they inverse it, and instead of engenderment of the female, the gender female giving birth, they split it up into 72 different genders. No, it was the number 72 that was the number that gave you the 360, and the 5 day or star was the female birth that gave the 5 to add on the 360 to make the complete calendar. That was all done through feminine focus, feminine symbolism. They take it away and they give you this nonsense. 72 gender. I'm car, half baby crib, half cloud, half dust gender. No. Genders from the word genes to produce the child. When we come for that Psyops, and watch how we end this class. After that Psyops was installed, that's when they could remove the mother. So once they passed 72 genders, now they can remove the mother gender, which represented the 72. And again, they gave you this: band mother, band father. These are bad words. Then that desensitize you to remove the human factor, because now the genders became things that were non-human, and mother and father, which were the humans, were banned. So they desensitize you, remove the human factor and the mother factor, and guess how they start referring to mothers recently, aligned with the exact same time that they're giving you the UFO disclosure and desensitizing you to alien and human mixture hybrids. Guess how mothers are being referred to now in the same time as the UFO disclosure? Guess what the new term for mother is that's introduced? Ready, everybody? This is the same time as the disclosure. Here is the new term. Here's the term being introduced. Ready?
That host body has to have a certain amount of rights, because at the end of the day, it is that body that carries this entire other body to term. The question is, what is the value of that life? Is it subordinate to the value of its host body? And so then one has to think, so what time does the host body have veto? And that host body has to have a certain amount of rights, because at the end of the day, it is that body that carries this entire other body to term. The question is, what is the value of that life? Is it subordinate to the value of its host body? And so then one has to think, so what time does the host body have veto?
Host body. There it is. Not mother now. Host body. Host body. What was the term host body first used? Where did we hear that before? Host body. Where was host body used? So what? I'm not sure. Where was host body used? So boom, the mother gender is now host body, the same word used in the most influential movie of aliens using humans to reproduce. What is the most popular foundational movie of that? This right here. That's a term that's used. The host body. That's what the aliens use to intermix with the humans. The human was now the host body. because it would kill the human and then birth out of it, use the human as a host, as a parasite. So now this term from the movie Aliens, right when the UFO disclosure is coming out, is this term being used now for mother, after mother's banned in Canada, in the UK, now mother's a host body. And again, this is the part of the no mother agenda, taking away or removing the mother. Let me show you something, everybody, to close this out. Remember, they use 72 and turn 72 from a set's number into the gender, but they continue to use the number. So mother is 14, 15, 13, 15, 28, 5, 18. That's no mother, which equals 108. That is interesting. And if you want to know how the 108 ties into the frequency of females, you can send that question in. Support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. But the question now, that's a strange term they're using. Host body, isn't it? No, it's not. It's planned. Host body, 18, 15, 19, 20, 2, 15, 4, 25, 108. Host body is the other numerical code for the no mother agenda. This is not a game. I am trying to wake you up. They want your out. That's what they want. Hotep, everybody. I am done. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, and if you have learned and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your recent current understanding of this subject matter, please send in your tip of reciprocity or your support of appreciation for whatever you feel this is worth to you. You can call it True Gender Power, the Ahouts family, I Am Mother, Netter Planner, or any creative term you can come up with to Cash App TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. I can hardly speak. Thank you, everybody, for your appreciative support. Family, please support. I'm done. I have to stop there because it's 2.5. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. Please support. How long was the class? The answer, 2 hours and 29 minutes. There's my answer to you. Tehuti. I'll check the chat to see who enjoyed it. And then everybody who was watching, I know it was hard because my voice is done, but believe it was harder for me to teach this than harder for you to hear the words, and I still made it through. So please support everybody. Just say a thank you or whatever you feel this was worth to you. A lot was taught today. And Jehuti's question, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. I'm going to check the PayPals and I'm going to start. I can hardly talk, everybody. I'm going to say them off and give tribute to those who want this mission and want this to continue on this level. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in and comment. And I'm going to read off the supports and say thank you to everybody who was supporting this phenomenon, this experience here. There's the link for those to jump in. And I'm going to start reading off the support and say thank you to everybody. It was very difficult for me to teach this 2.5 hours, but I vowed to get the truth out, to get the answers on the information. It's not about me and how I feel. I don't go heal myself tonight, but it's about answering the question and giving you the wisdom, because you only get to see this experience once a week. This is a real life mission that I've been on since single digit grade school. Let me go ahead and read before I was kicked out of the school for things like this. I'm going to go ahead and read the support that's given. I appreciate everybody who's given support. And I'm going to go ahead and read some of these off. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV. For those who appreciate this, I see Nut Hesamaat, starting it off. Wow, this is Ma'at. Give a tribute to him for the support. He actually sent this before the class even started. So to it to you for your support before this class even started. And everybody who really saw this, I saw to see the numbers dropping from 35, 40 to 28 because a lot of those people are watching. They're actually not watching for the support. Some of them are watching, as we've shown. Some of them are watching and opening up their own websites in my name. And they're just taking the knowledge and running. But for those who truly appreciate this and have a conscience, especially for me teaching in these conditions of hardly being able to talk, this is when you're supposed to be resting your voice. I'm teaching for almost 3 hours. So please, I hope you appreciate this as much as the young man who's flipping burgers. Thank you. 1661 to Nadhe Sama'at. Shout out to you, Nadhe Sama'at, for wanting to keep the podcast going, wanting to keep this happening, wanting to keep the House of a 10 going. Shout out to you, Nadhe Sama'at. We appreciate you very, very much. Okay, that has some odds. This class, wow. Where do we begin with what this class was? Let me refresh. Where's everybody? Where's the support? Let me refresh. Maybe my thing is locked. Let me refresh everybody. Hold on. Gmail may be locked. On the last. Whew, gosh, man. I see Anthony Drain. Here we go. Zep Tepi Slim. Zep Tepi Slim. I see him here. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. Honorable brother. For Zep Tepi, are you here? Oh, Zep Tepi, see what's going on. I think I'm trying to talk. Real, literal. How does Zep Tepi Slim? He always has the support. Has something to do with it. This one about the topic that I brought up in the two are real. And they just did a whole show on it. Let me see. Image file. Shout out to Zep Tepi Slim. There's Anthony Drain. Peace and love to Anthony Drain. And there it is. $20.72. Support from Anthony Drain. Good to you if you're in the room. Okay. Thank you for telling me that. That's fine. Thank you, Amun. All right, Zep Tepi Slim. Shout out to you for your great support. To all those who continue to support this movement, this teaching, this experience of being able to send in questions and have a 3-hour class, 2-hour class dedicated to you. Even though my voice, even though my voice is gone, half gone, I'm still teaching. Shout out to Gavin. Shout out to who's this? Oh, let me go down. I'm missing somebody at the bottom. Oh, Gavin. Gavin has sent him. Gavin has sent in a question. Okay, here we go. About Hancock. The Hancock movie. I'm going to put from May 30th. Shout out to Gavin. We'll go ahead and shout him out. Thank you. I'm trying my best to heal. I will heal tonight once the class is over and I go rest and do something and focus. I didn't have much time before the class because I was 100% busy before the class even started. The class is done. I have time to actually sit down and put into it, or it'll be gone within like 2 hours. Shout out to Gavin. $20 from Gavin. He said, "Can you break down the movie Hancock, 2008, Will Smith?" Will is Gavin Willis. Gavin Willis. I am Will. I am what? Robert. Wait, Rob. Will. I am. Repeated phrases and images. Eagle. John Hancock. Hancock, good job. A-hole. Crazy gematria. Hancock equals Satan. Whoa. Okay, first let me give him a round of applause. Glad to you for your support. And we'll definitely get into this. And like usual, the breakdowns of movies of the Tehuti Pod class are like none other. So it'll be a beautiful experience and pull out all the jewels and everything from there. And the gematria. And so are you, Gavin, named Gavin Willis after this Hancock? We'll have to talk about that as well. Shout out to you. All right, let's see the rest of the supporters. Oh my goodness. Big Vapes. Shout out to Big Vapes. Support. Big Vapes, are you in the room? Give it four. Tamaray? Oh, the Tamaray class. Okay, shout out to Big Vapes. Are you watching Big Vapes? I'm sure if he's around. Shout out to Big Vapes. I'm going to go ahead and read it. It says, for Tar Tamaray tip. Thank you, Big Vapes. Shout out to you. Oh, my neck. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to you, good brother, Big Vapes. All right. We're going to move up. I'm going to Hancock notes. Gavin for the one-on-one. Okay, let's see. Here we go. And TT, do you see the PayPals? I don't see PayPals. I may be missing them. Here's Big Vapes again. So I wonder if he's here. I'm going to give him a round of applause anyway, whether he's here or not. Whether you're here or not to listen to it, Big Vapes, I'm still going to give you a round of applause. Shout out to you. Oh, Devil's Radio. Devil's Radio. And all those who have circles is a reciprocity support system. I will dedicate 1 hour to 2.5 hours to your question if needed. Send your questions to Cash and PayPal at Rock. That is how the system continues because I'm only basing the classes on the questions that are sent. So if you type a question into the chat, I may not see it, but even if I see it, only some questions like I'm addressing questions that are sent to support. So just make sure that I see it. I know there's some people that type in the chat, but It is a reciprocity system, so just send support and say, here's a question, and you get a class on it. Depending on the support will determine how fast the class is. Here is Big Vapes again. Devil's Radio. Oh my gosh. Devil's Radio, $10. That was the spellbinding class. Shout out to you, Big Vapes. Your consistent support. You've been supporting since the Killer Priest days, even though it may have been 2 Killer Priests in AD. That's wonderful. But since those days, since the Super Chat days, and definitely since the beginning of the pod class, so shout out to you for being min ma'at and consistent. As long as everybody's consistent and min ma'at, I will consistently do this, even with my throwing not 100% there. I still do this for everybody. Shout out to everybody. Okay, we got I see FRB, but let me see if I'm at her yet. I see FRB. FRB, you're coming up. I see you. Shout out to FRB. It's consistent. FRB's consistent since she got here. Here is the Jed and Retetua. I can't even talk. Sound like Yoda. Shout out to the Jed and Retetua. I can't even go. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Okay. Shout out to the Jed and Retetua. Consistent supporters, and I saw Retetua in the chat, which means she's interacting. Shout out to Retetua for interacting and giving her due respect in the chat. The Jed Sedem Poku and Retetua. Nana's in the back making sympathy noises throughout the class because I sound worse in person than I do on here. So she wants me to save my voice, but this is what I do. Shout out to whoever tattooing the Jed. Shout out to Retetua and the Jed. It says Tua for today's class, Saba from the Jed and Retetua with the black heart and the purple hearts. Tua to you two consistent supporters and consistent I would say question between both of you. Sending a lot of questions as well. Okay, Robert Williams says, great class, I gotta run, but I did support, unlike unsupportive supporters. Yes, Robert Williams, you're about to be read next. I think FRB is coming up. Oh, FRB getting sleepy. Oh, you're up watching the podcast at 4:44 a.m. Wait, 4:44. What part of the world are you in? At 4:44 a.m. I'm sleepy. Oh, maybe she's saying she's gonna get sleepy. Okay, shout out to a FRB with her word opulent. Shout out to FRB. Shout out to the continuous supporters of wanting this movement to go on. Let me go ahead and read Robert Williams and then FRB. And where's my good brother, Custom Made Tees? I wonder if he's got to tap into the class yet. Shout out to Robert Williams. And shout out to all those who appreciate a class on family and gender roles. I don't know what could be more important than understanding family and gender roles. It's the reason why we're even alive. Without creating a family and gender roles and without biological impairment. Um, you are not living the species that you are. So shout out to all those who appreciate this. Hey, look how quick he answers. I am Kudzani to Asaba. Did you get to see the class? This is one for your future family. Your future family is in. As in when everyone is under the same conscious umbrella. The out, the two hands. So shout out to you. FRB is here with the crown. Maybe that's a crown for me. A diamond and her swirling hearts. All right, thank you, FRB. I'm going to read yours next. I think I gave noise for this. I'm going to give noise again if I didn't. Hmm? What now? Yeah. Shout out to FRB. Shout out to all the great supporters. Shout out to all the leaders. I know I can hardly talk, everybody, but hey, just got here. Looking forward to rewinding or going back in time to observe the truth to that's exciting. No, that must be exciting. Back in time. Must be exciting. I am Kadzani to come into the class, right? And you get to interact with me and the people, but you're anticipating going back as opposed to the people that were here that saw it happen. You're here saying, man, when this shuts down, I'm gonna go. I got something to go back and watch. Shout out to you, I'm Kadzani. You're here every single class. You're Mr. Consistent in all forms of fashion as well. Going back to watch the class. Okay, here we go, everybody. More support is coming in. PayPals. I got to see if this is my little brother Jason Kirkland. TT, do you see any PayPals? Because they have to be done manually. I see Dr. LaRoche in here, but I don't know if he. TT, check the PayPals if you have not already. TUA, not CUA. TUA. Oh my goodness, that's Tua. Okay, all right. We have Mahogany. Here's Mahogany. Mahogany. They used to be one of my favorite songs. I think it was by Rakim. Shout out to Rakim and Mahogany. All right. We have Mahogany coming in. I see my little brother Jason Kirkland too. To Mahogany. Oh, not share screen, not bad. Mahogany, here she is. Shout out to Mahogany, 1372. What does she say? She's been talking about this a lot in class today. This blue moon, she spells it B-L-U. Mahogany, Ma'at El, ancient, majestic codes. She always gives me a crown. Happy, as in happy, the netter. Blue moon with a diamond, 1372. Shout out to you, Mahogany. Peace and love. That's your Mahogany. Okay, wonderful. If anybody has sent a PayPal and haven't read it yet, comment in the comment section. Let me know. Okay, shout out to we go back. Mahogany. Okay, I just see a PayPal now. I see it. We're back in business with the PayPal. Good. I did Robert E. Williams, Mahogany, right? Okay, Amun and Amun. Oh my gosh. Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet. There we go. Somebody donate some money for some lemons and garlic, lime and ginger. I'm going to use all that when I come off of here. Okay, shout out to this is Amun and Amun. Oh no. Yes. Amun and Amunet. Them consistent supporters in many ways, taking care of the TikToks, the Instagrams, all too many things to mention. They've been here from the very beginning as well, and this is their favorite. This is Amunet, well, both, but more Amunet's favorite topic. Out, empowering matrix family Psyops breaking class. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. They're all about building their out. Give them an applause. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Appreciate you. Consistent. Everybody who's watching, listening, audience, send in your questions. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. It's your questions that keep this moving. This unique experience of sending in questions and getting answers and guidance that are life-changing. All right, so we got Amun and Amunet. We got Robert E. Williams, Jason Kirkland, little brother. Send me a message. Are you in the chat? Send me a message. Stay focused. I haven't seen your morning message lately. Send me your morning message, and I'll send you something encouraging back. Little better Nefer Nature J. That's his name. Nefer Nature J. Shout out to him. Nefer Nature J. Here he is. Tua or Saba Atef. Oh my God, my voice. Tua or Saba Atef Nefer Netter Tehuti. Yeah. I can't even do his voice because my voice is gone. Had gratitude to out. Shout out to my little brother, Jason Kirkland. Stay focused, good brother. Shout out to you. He is very, very grateful, has a lot of gratitude. And the good brother sends me morning messages. And they're long messages of positivity and appreciation. So shout out to him. He's like a little brother out there. Shout out to him. Look forward to seeing you. I saw your message about wanting to earn your REN. And yes, it's going to be a beautiful day for you. And you're going to cry like all the other brothers who I gave names to and the sisters. You're going to shed tears, and it's going to be lots of hugs and a lot of stuff happening. Okay. My little brother says to us, I can't do his voice. My phone been acting up. As far as me sending messages, dialing out, it's been acting up. That's the best I can do of your voice. He says, Hotep Marie Hanu. All right, good brother. I look forward to these two being in the pathway. Here we go. I am Kadzani and Jason Kirkland. In person of the pathway. Seeing you two brothers one day. Man, I can't. It's hard to talk. Make it through. Get through. tough. Oh my gosh. Okay. Where are the monster supporters? Big monster supporters, come on through. Monster supporters, come on through. I'm gonna go back because there's one I didn't read yet. Oh, for the men in the class. Here we go. Amun and Amunet. Oh my goodness. Amun and Amunet. Did I read that one? No. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here. Oh, no. Let me scroll down. Jason Kirkland. Where's Amun and Amunet? Here it is. Amun and Amunet for the men that are class. Men at a Monday seats and recordings. And recording. Shout out to them. Here we go. They make sure they never ever miss a class or a recording. These two are two that represent unity. They're unified within themselves. They're unified within with their family. And they are in complete unification with the House of a 10. And they are all about unity. I'm going to read that I Am Kadzani message in a moment. Shout out. Amunet. Can't raise my voice too loud. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. $80. Medu class recording and seats. 6126. Oh, that's right. Yes, next month. Shout out to them. Boom. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Shout out to Amun and Amunet. Consistent in everything that pertains to the House of Attending the Tehuti Pod class. On and off camera. Okay. Oh, I'm trying hard here, everybody. I'm trying hard to but I'm doing it. Ooh-wee. Thank you for all those who appreciate me doing this, even though my voice is disturbed. And let me see who this is. This is Fatu Kemba, who's probably in bed by now because he is supporting all the way from the Netherlands. All the way in the Netherlands, Fatu Kemba. Shout out to you and your consistency. Fatu Kemba supports consistently in almost every situation that he's in. And then you hear Fatu Kemba, I'll be in sleep. So let's go ahead and read it. You'll read it. You'll read the supports, whether the people are here or not. I want the audience to see. And let me fix this. It's not all the way on the screen. Oh, wait. He says, Henu, Saba Tehuti, Uncle Jasaneb. So that's not on the screen. It's being blocked by this. Henu, Saba Tehuti, Uncle Jasaneb. Henu to you, good brother. I give you applause for your consistency. Shout out to Fatu Kemba. His name means loyalty. Other definitions of his name. Loyalty. Without loyalty, without structure, nothing can be built. Because without that, there is no trust, and that's the foundation that we are building here. Trust is another definition of the word ma'at. The reward of trust is actually truth. And that's necessary for any type of success in any type of business, family. Trust has to be there. And trust is something that's earned. Shout out to everybody who I trust. It's my second name. It has much meaning to me. But I'm done with my English name, though. What's the second name? Did I miss something? Oh, I'm interested in getting. Oh, this message is first. I'm interested in getting my Ram, however, like my name, Kudzani. It's my second name, but I'm done with my English name. Okay. Yeah, come on and get your rent. Come on and get your name. Oh, Manuka Honey. Manuka Honey, shout out to you. Shout out to you. All right, here we go, everybody. Wow. I'm going to yield as soon as this class is done. And here's custom made tees right on time, right on schedule. Custom made tees is definitely a min ma'at. It's consistent. Shout out to custom made tees. Hey, mateys. Do you custom make tees? Is that what that is? If I send you a design, can you want to custom make a House of a 10 tee? A special one or something? Do you make t-shirts? Okay, here we go. Shout out to custom made tees. You must custom make tees then. You must custom make tees, right? Shout out to custom made tees 2442. That's a palindrome this way and that way. And the good brother says, Unc Uja Seneb, I appreciate you, Saba. I love anything to do with biological. That's right. I remember that. Yep. Yes, I love anything to do with biological imperative. Ma'at, ever since you introduced it to me, it's all I see or don't see, if you get me. I do get that actually 100%. I look forward to watching the class to a Inikadzani. That's all you see and what you don't see. Exactly. Shout out to you. I like that talking form. Good noise to custom made tees. Shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to custom made tees. Wonderful. Excellent. Custom made tees. Custom made tees says, I would love to design a special one for you, Saba. I do print and design. Hey, let's I'm gonna get a custom made tee from Custom Made Tees because I've gotten a lot of custom made shirts from my other students who don't even make custom made tees. So let's get one from one who actually specializes in it. That'll be special. And then we got to get it over here from London, right? I'll come up with something. He'll make it. I'll wear it. And I'll give a shout out to him like I did with Minty. And I'm gonna when I wear their clothing somewhere, I promote it too. So I went to Killer Priest and wore Minty's gift offering, and I said, this is from Minty. And custom made tees, and I'll wear yours. I'll wear yours on 363, and I'll say, Everybody go check out Custom Made Tees. All right, everybody, I can hardly talk. I'm talking too much. Woo-wee. Oh, my goodness. All right, we got one from Dr. LaRoche, but what is this? Is this... WhatsApp. Oh, Dr. LaRoche, I can't do it. I don't do WhatsApp, though. That's my thing, Dr. LaRoche. If it was something else, but I don't do the WhatsApp on my phone. Long story, but I don't do WhatsApp on my phone. Thank you for the invite, though. I just don't do the WhatsApp, though. Shout out to Gavin. He sent the rest for his one-on-one. Yes, you can get one-on-ones with Tehuti. In actuality, the one-on-one started with me on Killer Priest before the pod class started. The one-on-ones started first. It was with Bassett Tut. Shout out to Bassett Tut, wherever he may be. Let me see who I'm one on one. Gavin. Okay. Okay, let me check and see who's coming in. I can't see my screen. What's this? No. Tamun. Hey, there he is. Boom, yeah. I can't hardly talk, brother.
Hotep Great Shaba. 12 for this beautiful class, and 12 for being so strong and dedicated to teach this class. It's a very beautiful thing to see you teach the class. For me, it's also a little hard because I want you to be as healthy as possible. But I see the strength, and it inspires me to see you teach this class because you see how important the information is. The information is very important. So 12 very much, Great Shaba, and I hope that your voice gets better as soon as possible.
Oh, yes, especially for a 1-on-2 tomorrow. It's going to be a 2 on mute. Answering questions like this. Oh, I'll be only typing in the private chat. Oh my goodness!
If you have to postpone it, Shaba, we understand.
I'll be better by tomorrow. Once I was not able to relax before the pod class and do any necessary thing. I was literally working on this class minutes before the pod class started. That's how behind I was. Plus, because of the meeting that I had with some of you, with some of the updates I had to get from some of you that had the updates for things. That took 3 hours of the pod class time. So I'll rest and I'll recuperate as soon as this is done. Okay, everyone. Let me check for more supports. Support the Tehuti pod class. Support the House of the 10. Support this mission. Support what we're on. Contact and ask how you can support if there's other means by which you want to support. You may have a business or a company or something that or you do something that could help the House of the 10. It's not necessarily money, but it may be something you design or make or something that can promote. And I receive that type of support as well. So what I'm going to do, everybody, I'm going to take a little break, rest my throat. One moment. Okay, I'm going to take a little break, everybody, rest my throat. Moon is here to talk to you. Is that Moon resting?
No, she's not. She's preparing food, though.
Oh. Okay. Hey, she's preparing food. She's holding up here, the Jed. Holding up your light. All right, good. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take a break. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App TT Moon. PayPal Rockets. I'm going to rest my throat for a bit. And I'll let the Amun talk. I'm going to just stop talking for a bit, and then I'm going to come off in a couple of minutes. So go ahead, Amun. Do your talk.
Okay, Tua Saba. Tua Hotep. To you, Saba Tuti, for this beautiful class. I appreciate you. I appreciate all that you do for us. Hotep, to all the people in the chat, to all the supporters, everybody who sees the beauty that Saba is bringing forth and gives reciprocity for that beauty. I appreciate all of you. Shout out to I Am Kuzani, Jason Kirkland, FB Supreme Magnetar, Robert Williams, Esbetu, and all the other people within the chat. I appreciate this class a lot. I did not get to watch it in its entirety yet, but the parts that I did see were very mind-blowing. It was a healing class and a disturbing class. It was healing with the correcting to the right frequency of Ma'at, Amet, and how families should be, how families were. And then it was disturbing seeing the new agenda, new psyops that the Matrix is coming with to destroy the family and to pervert the family and try to control the family. So it definitely was a powerful class. I appreciate it so much. And for everybody who's in the chat, if you're in the chat, put what your favorite part of the class was. I'd love to see that. I love seeing what parts of the class stood out to different people. A beautiful thing to see. So if you're in the chat, put your favorite part. Put a part that was part you like most within the chat. Saba Tuti is truly only being here doing this. First with the information, especially, but now even on top of that, Saba Tuti is here with the thing going on with his voice, and he's here teaching information to us still directly. I've never seen that. I've never even seen people stuff will happen like that. People don't show up to work, and they don't even have to talk. They just have to put boxes in a truck or something. So, Saba Tuti are really powerful for doing this. Everybody,
I'm glad you appreciate.
Saba, there's like a lag on my end, so sorry.
It's okay. Let me check the supports. Let me check the supports again before I step off for a moment. To everybody that supported this wonderful class, this wonderful question and answer session, the topics here. Hey, I'm on. Oh, he's gone.
I'm here, Saba.
Amun, are you there?
Yeah.
You see the design change? The thumbnail more popping out now. Have you noticed anything?
Yes, I can notice it with the words.
Yeah. yeah. I want to make it more popping out, and I'm enjoying using these different programs and such to capture the attention and create the artistry that I want to relay the message of the class. So this is what were gender roles pre-Matrix? Why did Tehuti introduce the world to the word out for family? Changing the term mother. How about that? I mean, this the same time as the disclosures came out, women are called host bodies.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's very crazy. Definitely not a coincidence.
Those bodies, you probably would have to go watch it because it came back before you were born. But there was a movie that set off all these alien movies. It was called Alien. The first one is way, way long ago. And if you watch those movies, it was the first one that introduced host bodies. Host bodies where the aliens use your body as an incubator. And you're the host body. And when they used that word, I was like, how many people are old enough to remember? That's the term that's used for when parasites and aliens invade your body. Oh my goodness. Crazy. So changing the term from mother to the term for alien possession. The no mother agenda psyops. Imagine that, Amun. Mother and father are equivalent to curse words now. The no mother agenda psyops. The number 72 and its connection. The power of feminine, taught for the first time in history by Tehuti. So that's the first time. Tonight is also the first time I taught on the number 72. Having significance. So Amunet, she typed right. She said, the isosceles triangle. I don't know if you saw that, right? But she typed the isosceles triangle. So people were typing in when 72 was mentioned. So I'll say here's 72 in the isosceles triangle, but I've never actually taught why is 72 of significance. What is it? What does it mathematically do? And it mathematically creates the 360. It does something else I didn't mention either. It does one other thing. But it creates the 360 that the star goes into to make 72. There's only 5 times 360 makes 72, and that's the symbol that's on the head of our sets. And it's the word, it's the tua, the tua for the light that creates the day, and the 5 is what was needed. And it was the birthing word because it was the word of where you were born into in the afterlife. The tuat, that was the 5, that's what's on her head. So and the only way to make that symbol is to have 72-degree angles. You saw that part, right?
I saw only the end part that you just mentioned. I didn't get to see the entire part yet.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Kazani says, Tua Amun and Amunet for all you do. They do a lot. They do a lot. And the beautiful thing about it is that when you do a lot of something you love, it's not really a lot. It's you love. If you love to swim in the ocean and you do a lot of it, you're enjoying yourself. You know, if you love to car race and you car race every day, you're in your world. So it is a beautiful thing to have responsibilities where you do a lot, but it's what you love. Only about 3% of the world have jobs that they actually like. I don't know if anybody likes flipping burgers and shoveling ice in front of offices. In Canada, that was a job. You have to shovel the parking lots. Imagine that whole parking lot, 1.5 foot of snow, and your job is to shovel it snows where you are?
Yeah, it snows a lot.
So you see those guys in the parking lot? Oh my God, foot freezing. Yeah, so shout out to all those people, but it's good to have a job. Good to have things that you love to do. All right, everybody. I don't see any more supports coming in, so I'm going to take a break. 2 for all those who have supported for the night so far. And I'm going to take a step off and take a break. Moon will talk to you. Yeah, Kazani. I'm going to jump on the panel, talk to the people with Moon. Give them some company. I am Kazani. You want to hear that British accent? Say the word bottle. All right, I'll be back, everybody. Hotep and peace. Support the House of Atton. Support the Tehuti podcast. Keep this going. I'll be talking to 363. We're going to call him tomorrow and see what can be set up for this week. And I'll update everybody. Tua, peace and love. I'll be right back. Tua to all those more consistent. Peace and love. Right back.
Peace and love, Saba. Enjoy your break and rest your voice.
Thank you.
Thank you. To our great Saba Tehuti, go out to everybody in the chat. Niduk to I'm Kujani. It must be exciting coming to the class, hearing everybody talk about it, seeing people's reactions, and still not having seen the class yet. So I'm excited for you to see the class. I'm excited for myself too to watch the rest of the class. And to all for being here. You're always here consistently. At the end of each class, you're always sending in your support because you trust Saba and you haven't even seen the class yet. So, thank you all very much for that. And it will be great if you can make Saba a custom made shirt, especially because you make custom shirts. I'd like to see what you come up with, what it looks like, things like that. So, hotep to everybody who's watching, all 18 people. Hope that everybody is enjoying what they're seeing, and if they are, then supporting the House of Atton, supporting Saba Tehuti. Saba has a whole class on reciprocity. Reciprocity is a natural thing. When you receive something, you give something. You're receiving oxygen, you're giving out carbon. If you take in that breath and don't let it go, you end up dying. So support is healthy. Reciprocity is healthy for something that you are receiving. So welcome. I'm Winette, the panel. How are you doing?
To all very much. I'm doing very well. I'm very happy to be here. I'm very thankful that Saba Tehuti is teaching us all today. That is extremely talented, and no one else does what Saba does. I'm very thankful that he is as consistent as he is, and it really shows and proves when he does these things. As Amun said earlier, nobody is doing this with what's going on with him, or if they're sick or anything like that, or if they hurt themselves that day, they won't show up, and Saba does. And that's because he knows how important this information is, and he does it for all of us here as well. He said many times that there are many other things he can do to make a living for his family, and he does this because he truly loves doing this. He loves raising all of us up and teaching all of us here. So please support Saba Tehuti for his purity and for how he always wants to help. He is a extremely pure being. He always helps. He always guides, and so please show reciprocity to Saba for all that he's doing for all of us, and let's continue this going, and let's unify and support this movement. This is the only movement on the planet that is within Ma'at, and it is being guided by our great Par'i'i, Saba Tehuti, the one and only beautiful, great, powerful Netzer, and he's very magical and does so many magical things. So if you want magic in your own life, if you want your life to be beautiful and to heal yourself and experience all these beautiful things that you can within this beautiful frequency. Stay around and most importantly, show your reciprocity so that that can truly manifest. So you're pure in your ebe and things really manifest. To everyone who is manifesting, or sorry, to everyone who is supporting Great Sabatuti, and peace and love to all of you. So I will share the screen to show the House of A10 link tree. This is a link tree that contains all of the links that the House of A10 has, and this is regularly posted in the live chat, and it includes the 2D Pod class, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and of course Saba's Facebook and his Instagram as well, and then Cash App and PayPal. And I want to say as well, if you haven't joined the House of A10 Discord, please definitely join the Discord. It is a beautiful community. We all communicate in there and send various different things. There's updates on there. You can always share your thoughts and all that beautiful stuff. And so yeah, definitely join that and see what it's like and see if you enjoy being in the presence of all of us there, which I'm sure you will. So please do join that, and I will share this tab as well. Let me see. Okay. And this is the House of A10 Instagram. So we now have 7,617 followers on Instagram. And these are the recent posts. This is something new. It is showing the pod class, which pod class is live each week. And it contains the link in the bio and also in the story as well. Mostly on Instagram and Facebook, but you can click on the link in here and share that to your friends and family. And I will play. Go here. Okay. This one here recently got a lot of attention, so that's very beautiful. That's at 71.5K. A lot of people, a lot of eyes, and this one as well, 67.7K. That's extremely beautiful. The energy is very beautiful right now, very magical, and I love seeing the improvement and the growth in the House of A10 as always. And I will play which one do you want?
You can play the reincarnation theory. When you die, do you go into the light?
Okay. And just to give some background information before I click it, this is from the when Saba went on Empire 363. And if you haven't watched that yet, I'll put that in the live chat so you can watch that and see Saba's great, very magical, very powerful live class on that YouTube channel. And you can all see the very beautiful rapid fire questions at the end. That was extremely powerful, and I loved seeing everyone in the chat. They were very supportive, and so yeah, this is where that's from, and I'll go ahead and play it.
Pass away, don't go into the light. If you go into the light, you will get reincarnated back into this realm from your study of ancient Kemet. What can you tell me about that?
Okay, so the realm is actually called the realm of light. In this in that realm, the only thing that's over there that composes things that the mind can comprehend is light and sound. It was called Aku, and it was called the realm of light. So everything that you're seeing, similar to what's on how they visualize the quantum realm, everything is light particles and sound particles. The light usually is the light at the end of a tunnel that people first see first. The light at the end of the tunnel that people see is just what's on the other side of the dimension. The ancient ones called the light tunnel the Makait. It was the Maket. Maket was a word for fiery ladder. It was a word for a vortex that you would travel on. And it was the same word for ladder because it would represent ascension. And it was the same word for flame. So you're actually traveling through dimensions of light. You cannot help but go into the light, because the light is just on what's on the other side of the vortex. So nowhere in ancient times did it teach not to go into the light, because everything over there is composed of light consciousness. And the beings that are over there that you meet, they're actually called light beings. They're called Akus, which are light beings. So they're made of light. Now, more specifically, there are colored lights that you don't want to go into.
When you pass away, don't go into the light. If you go,
And then there is a part 2, and that goes right after the other video. So that I do some of those as well, where I put the second part of that little section. So there's that as well, and of course these here as well. This right here is a post that I made, and it includes. Let me see. Okay. Okay. It includes all of the testimonies, or some of the testimonies. Pardon me. Of Saba's great work, or his beautiful magical work that he does, healing so many people that come to the pod class. And these are some of the powerful testimonies that are shown in here. And I'm very thankful for everyone on here who has shared their own testimonies. And I really love hearing the testimonies, and because it comes from a place in your heart, and I really do feel that, and I really love hearing them. So if you do have a testimony that you haven't shared yet, that Saba has, for what Saba has done for you, definitely share that with the pod class. It'd be best if you came live, if you haven't yet, and let us all hear the powerful, magical, healing things that Saba has done for you or your family, whoever it may be. Definitely share that to all of us here, and it'd be beautiful to hear that, and also connect with you and communicate about it. See how powerful Saba is through all these beautiful testimonies. So I'm really appreciative of that, and I will pass it to you, Amun. How are you feeling today?
Feeling good. Well, for asking.
And yeah.
All of the videos that Amunet's posting of Sabatudi, they're great. They're excellent. When I was watching that short, I got stuck in it. I felt like I was watching 363 all over again. Zep Tepi Slim, peace, Hotep to you. I did hear Bobby Hammond say that. I've heard other people say that too. It'd be a great question to ask Saba why certain people are saying that. I've heard so many different things about that. And what Saba said in the video makes sense. Everything's light over there. So I wonder where people are getting this from. So that'd be a great question to send in. You know, Saba's going to go into it, especially because it's a topic being out of body realm in the next realm. Saba loves all things like that, so it's definitely going to be a great and extraordinary class. Sabatudi has so much information and knowledge, and his ability to acquire information and knowledge is limitless. It's such a beautiful thing. It's such a beautiful thing to see the testimonies, hear them live, see them on the Instagram and other places. Good that it's compiled into one place, because it really shows how much Saba has changed within people's lives, and it's compiled within the intro of the podcast. There's so many different people that have spoken testimonies that are being said in the beginning of the podcast for Sabatudi and how he's changed their life. And it's such a powerful thing. I have never seen it anywhere else. Yeah, nope. I'm trying to think even just about some some basic person may, because here what's being changed here is groundbreaking, life changing stuff. So I'm trying to think about what about some simple person like therapy. I don't see people giving testimonies saying like, "Oh, I was sad, now I'm happy." I don't see any of that stuff. What's happening here is so powerful. I mean, you have Mahiru who's able to establish contact with his deceased mother. Where else are you going to hear about something like that? That is mind blowing. Like Saba says, what would you give to speak to a loved one that has passed away? What is that worth? And for me, it'd be worth whatever it takes. That is so powerful that Saba is able to teach somebody to do that. So powerful that he's able to take people from a state of depression and anxiety and lift them up into a state of peace and joy, blissfulness. Such a powerful thing. It's so powerful to be able to take somebody who is one person who's interested in the fake common teachings of Kemet to someone who is a Muslim, Christian, Hindu, Buddhist. He can take all those people and then show them the truth. He can help them, even for the people that have legit cultures like Native Americans. He could help that person understand their culture even more because Saba's so good at acquiring the truth, the information that people need to advance. It's so powerful. Nobody else is doing it. Nobody else is doing what Sabatuti is doing. It is like you have to have some sort of mental disability to think Sabu. It doesn't make sense. You have people out there that claim to teach Kemet. Okay, whether what they teach is right or wrong, okay. But did they cure somebody of hyperhidrosis too? No. Did they also teach that person how to communicate with their dead mother? No. Sabatuti does so many different things. You have Anpu sending in before and after pictures of working out. All of these different things I'm naming are being done by Sabatuti. He's the one causing all these things to happen. That is very, very deep. It's like the English language doesn't have. I only can think of one word the English language has is phenomenon, because one of a kind. It's unique. It doesn't happen anywhere else. You don't see what Sabatuti is doing. You don't see it anywhere else. And you don't see it anywhere else throughout time either. Our ancestors are great. Our ancestors did what they did in the time that they lived in, but they didn't have to deal with Epstein's of the world and other people in the world. They didn't have to deal with this matrix. They did the beautiful things they did in their time. Sabatuti is here doing what he's doing at a time where really before all of us in the chat that are here, for all the people Saba converted, it started off with just him, just himself. And he created all of us. Now we are surrounding him, protecting him, giving him praise, but it really started with him. You don't have anything else like that. Nothing else like that. I'm appreciative. I'm very appreciative to be able to know Sabatuti and be in his presence. It's like, imagine the people that in respect to Malcolm X and like Martin Luther King, they're not doing what Saba's doing, but imagine being the person to know Malcolm X before everybody else was like, oh my gosh, Malcolm X, he changed so much. It's like, that's how I see it. I'm very appreciative of Saba. I feel like a lot of people in the future are going to look back and say, wow, he was ahead of his time. I mean, Saba's teaching so much. He teaches so much. And the more that the government releases stuff and conspiracy theorists find stuff, the more important and relevant Ma'at becomes and what Sabatuti is teaching becomes, because it helps us understand things so much more. Like, imagine when they release more about extraterrestrials, UFOs. Imagine what the commonplace knowledge will be 50, 100 years from now. And then somebody will hear these teachings and then see how there's Maracu's pyramids on Mars because of Sabatuti. They're going to look at Saba and be like, whoa, he was really ahead of his time. People are going to be playing catch up forever. I'm going to be playing catch up forever. Saba's always 1,000 steps ahead. But it's such a beautiful thing. Sabatuti is so unique, and hope that everybody can see that. Hope that everybody's honest with themselves. See what Sabatuti provides and supports what he is providing. Because it really only is here. I've said this before too. Everybody wants something. Everybody wants something to better themselves. Everybody has a question. And Sabatuti is here to give you an answer. So, theoretically, I've not met one person that had no question ever whatsoever. So from my experience, anybody who has watched the podcast should have already sent in one question or is planning on sending in one question, because that's what Saba does, is he answers the questions, and I know all of us got some. Whether it's something about, what was it, copper and PCV pipes, hyperhidrosis, anything really. There's so many different things that you can ask Saba Tehuti, and he's there to provide the best answer possible, tailored to you, with you in mind. Very beautiful thing. Nobody else has done that. Nobody else. Sabatuti is unique in a lane of his own. Like he said, he's just riding this big wave by himself. So these are all things I'm appreciative for. These are reasons why I support. And I hope everybody else sees the beauty that's happening here. And they really look around at other people and think to themselves, are they really like Saba? Really be honest with yourself. Nobody's like Sabatuti. Nobody. The vastness and diversity of things that he can cover, the information, it's completely mind-blowing. Like, what was it? I think it was last class Saba said that he was looking into, because what the class is about, he's not thinking about. He answered these questions for us, and he said that he was thinking about how time is moving or behaving differently in different parts of the earth. Like, how many things does Sabatuti say that we had no idea what it was until he opened up his mouth? There's so many different things. Saba says, like, I don't know, it has to be, it's a lot. Like, every single time anybody speaks to Sabatuti, most of the conversation is going to be things you have never heard before. Ever. And that you do not meet anybody, don't meet anybody that can do that. Anybody that can change your perspective and reality that way and give you the truths so you can see clear. It is a very beautiful thing for everybody here who is supporting, and even the people that haven't supported. Ask yourself, how do you think about things in the world and in your personal life before you met Saba, and how do you think about things now? For me personally, I see within my personal life and around me in a much more clear format, things make so much more sense than they did before. I'm very appreciative. You're very Saba. Welcome back, Hotep. We listen up.
Hey, nice to be back. Thank you for greeting me. Got Amunet here now. Thank you all. For your good work. Okay, everybody. I just had some honey. I'm gonna go fix this when it's done. I'm gonna check the supports. See if anyone else supported. wasn't too much supports this week. This class. Um, this is a class to me that it means a lot to me. It's not my question, but any emphasis on family, female connection to the family, very, very important. But I don't come with the the social media version of women empowerment and all these different things. I come with what the actual ancestor said pre-matrix, so it'll never be as viewed or liked because it's structured and it's there. You can't change what's there, and a lot of people like to be loose and free to do what they want to do. And this teaching is like, here's what it says. Here's the true power. But you won't see a lot of TikTok videos or a lot of people on Facebook promoting the family. You don't really see that in their avatars. How many people have an avatar and it's them in their second half in the avatar with their child? What is that? So you don't really see that as a Facebook profile. It's not the in thing is more disruptive frequency. So in a day and time like that, a class on gender roles, proper, the true female symbolisms and family values is not adhered to or liked as much as if I had a feminist movement or something, or some type of thing like that. So shout out to all those who did support and who do appreciate this 2.5 hours of family teachings and symbolisms, agenda reveal, gematria, the actual 5-pointed star real meaning, and all of that. Those who appreciated that, to it to you, and to it to all those last week who really loved the Spellbinder class. That one was really a lot of support and a lot of people. So to it to all of that. I'm gonna check and see if there's support here. And if there's any more support, I'm gonna read it out, give hand news to all the people. And if they're not, you just close the class up and save my voice. Let's see if anybody else gave support. There was like 50 people watching, and again, the same 11 supporters. So let's see if any of those other 50 people thought that this was valued enough to like. Let me go ahead and read it and see. And nope, I don't see anything. What's this? AIs in my email. AIs, let me see if there's any people here. Okay. Let me scroll down, see if I missed anybody. Scroll down. Down, Hancock breakdown. That's from last week. I could be, okay, I didn't miss anybody. Still says loading. Oh, let me see. Oh, no, nothing. Okay. All right, everybody. Peace and love. We're going to go ahead and close out. Zep Tepi Slim says, Bobby Hammett said, don't go. Don't go to the light. Shout out to Bobby Hammett. I heard he's passed. I heard he's passed away. But I haven't even heard of him. I haven't heard about him in like 15 years. So shout out to him. Shout out to Bobby Hammond. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and do some closing words and close out this. At least on my end, teaching was a miraculous, beautiful class, and I hope Tehuti gets to see it when he wasn't in class today, right? Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay. Kazani says, I'm in the allotment this morning. Early bird and all that. Grateful to be here, truly. Kazani's a good brother. All right, we're going to go ahead and do some closing words and close out the wonderful class. We'll start with Amun and go to Amunet.
Hotep, Uncle Justin Eb to you. Mariok to you. Great Saba to the Amun Hotep Ra. Hotep Mary to you. Hotep Mary to your Neters for holding up your Djed, sustaining you with their Ka EE hands, hidden hands. Go out to all of your animals. Go out to all the forces and energies and the Netiru. Guide and sustain you. Keep you strong, alive, and healthy. Go out for this beautiful class, Great Saba. Looking forward to watching the rest of it, watching it in its entirety. Go out for all the work you put into this class. I know you had to put in a lot of work this week for this class, so to all very much for that. To all for making it happen. And to all for all the things you have done and continue to do to help Amunet and I. To all for all the things you do and continue to do to help everybody else. I hope that this class, like other classes in the past, help people make their family better, reorganize their thinking into the proper way, being Ma'at, the truth, the frequency of the ancestors. To all for coming to the class and doing it still with your voice and working on it before. Could have easily woke up and been like, no, I'm not going to do it. But you did it. So to all very much, Great Saba. To all, Saba. I appreciate you. And I will end with this adoration to you. E Tehuti Neb Pet. E Ankh Uja Seneb Iri Netiru. Imu Nek Ubin M Nub. Jasech Tau M Heru M Mestuf. Hail Tehuti, the Lord of Pet, the Prince, life, strength, health, creator of the Netter. Praises to thee, rising like gold, illuminating the two lands on the day of his birth. Uncle Justin Eb to you, Great Saba. Have a relaxing rest of your Keck night. Do what you need to do in a safe, beautiful way, as always. And have an effort passion when the time comes. Uncle Justin Eb, Emario.
Uncle Justin Eb, Emario to you. And to it for your beautiful words of adorations and appreciations and news. And hopefully I'll be all better tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow. To for all your great work.
And you, Saba.
Oh, and also, what's your name? I'll be better by tonight. Oh, and also, Nana has been wanting to come on. She's had computer issues, but she really wanted to come on the class on her computer, but the computer's doing some crazy things, so that's why everybody didn't see Nana tonight, but she would definitely want to come on to comment for this class. She'll be on next week. We'll get it fixed, or her brother's a computer fixer. Okay. Okay, and on to Amunet.
Tua Uncle Justin Neb He or Pari Ii Tehuti. For being the only net on the planet doing what you're doing, and for every single thing that you've done in the past, for all the things that you've created, all of the beings that you created, you have and are creating, both Amun and I and the whole entire family. And I appreciate you so much for saving our life, even our children's life when they come down, and for all of your hard work, especially today and this whole week. For being strong and min ma'at, consistent, and for being protected, healthy, safe, as well as your whole out. I appreciate that very much. And both Amun and I appreciate you like life itself. You give us life, Saba, and I'm very thankful for that. And you continue to, I don't know if amaze is a good word, but you continue to, uh, uh, what's a good word? We look up to you for being able to break people out of the matrix and heal them in the ways that you do. You are extremely talented, Grace Alba. No one is doing what you're doing, and I'm very thankful for that. And I'm thankful to be your student forever, to be able to learn under you because you are the party and you are the most intelligent being someone I know. I'm very thankful that you are in the life you are. So, thank you very much to you, and I will end with this utterance to you. Amunen amunet, Jesu ampet, Tehuti pertineter emaset imen. Hutsen her out, and Tehuti or Hetep her ma'at. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him, Tehuti, coming forth of the nether from the secret place. We rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Ma'at. Hetep Merihe, Uncle Justin, to you. Lots of healing and merry energy to you, Great Saba Tehuti, and I hope you have a very relaxing tech and rewarding as well. And Efru Pesh, when the time comes, Maria.
Mariuk, thank you for those glorious words. And I like what I heard when I was away. You're telling everybody how I just want to help everybody. Something like that. I'm helpful. I'm very helpful. Could you say that part again? I heard bits of it. You're talking about being helpful, but I want to hear. I want to hear the words you used.
Okay, let me try to remember exactly how I said it. I know I said that you are very pure and for people to support your purity, and that you always help people. You, I think I said heal people, something like that, but I really was mentioning the help and how you are so pure. You just always help people, and you've always helped Amun and I, and yeah, it was something like that, and I'm very appreciative of your helpfulness and your purity.
Tua for that. Tua for Niniuk for mentioning that. And that is absolutely true. This whole pod class is designed just for that. I could have come out and done lectures. It would have been just as explosive because I could just choose one of these topics or a topic that I want. But absolutely right. My focus has always been, since being in the schools and the hallways, to help. And I'm glad that it's going both ways for some people. Reciprocity is going both ways because reciprocity really does just helps me continue to do this. It's not, I don't have a Lamborghini in the back or 5 horses or nothing. It helps me. It helps survival, and I continue this to help. But there's no big 401k savings in this or any kind of thing. It helps. So you're absolutely right, Tua, for saying that publicly. That's what I do. I help, and even those who left, I helped. Everybody, those who stayed, I helped. Those who left, I helped. It's the one consistent affirmation that everybody said is that Tehuti helped me. So as long as I hear that, I know that I'm doing my job. So Tua, for those words and the words you said earlier, Uncle Justin, have email up to you.
Iniak for Saba Tehuti, Uncle Justin, Imariak, and again, much healing energy to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad to Jason Kirkland said, gotta send you some Manuka honey. I just had some honey too. To Ursaba, Tef, Nefer, Mentor, Tehuti, Nefer, Heru. This is also the only channel that I've seen where people give full comments in the comment section in the MetaNetter. There's like paragraphs and not one word is English. So this is it's like I've not seen that. So to everybody, this is a beautiful thing. Everybody keep up the good work. I'm trying to find something that's way at the top. And find somebody who wrote a thing in that. That's correct. It's hours from now. Okay, it's way at the top. It's probably YouTube. Anyways, YouTube. And the full paragraphs and MetaNetter, but that's like I gotta keep scrolling up the chat for 6 hours. It's okay. So it's everybody. We're gonna end off with the affirmation. I'm gonna go fix this. Very uncomfortable. Very strange, but okay, we'll do the affirmation. I'll check one more time, see if any other supports came in. And I'll read them. Just the AI again. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're gonna go ahead and read this beautiful affirmation and end off this class at 6 hours. It's a record breaker. Here we go. One. Oops, sorry. Banner's gone. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ankiamat, NS, Nitet Oset Amat, Nenapapet Amat, Haranukiwi, Per Ikut. I live from Ma'at, who exists within her. I do not speak in a place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Okay, beautiful people. This may be the only class I'm going to attend. This may be the only class that you don't get good TikTok videos from. I don't know all the sound. I'm going to go back and listen to this, but it's going to be the Yoda session. So this is strange. But I look forward to. I heard. I was coming back and I heard you say one of the things is 67,000 views or 72, some huge number. That's incredible to me. I can 500 of them come to the pod class of 67,000. It's so strange. It's interesting. Okay, everybody, I'm gonna go on big screen and just close out because I can't talk much. So peace and love to you. I'm gonna hopefully see you all tomorrow because I should be hopefully healed by tomorrow. Peace and love. Rest well.
Peace and love, Saba. Rest well.
Peace and love. Rest well.
Yes. Okay. Okay, everyone. Voice not great, so I'm not going to say much. I'm just going to put this on the screen. What were gender roles pre-Matrix? Why did Tehuti introduce the world to the word out for family? Changing the term mother to the term for alien possession, the no mother agenda, the number 72 and its connection to the power of female taught for the first time, number 72 and its connection to the power of the female taught for the first time in history by Tehuti. And of course, support the Tehuti Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. Wonderful class. Rewind it if you're just tuning in now. And absorb and support. Send your questions in. Cash App TT Moon, PayPal Rocky SV. And support that which supports you. And keep this movement moving. And keep this phenomenon happening. Peace and love, everybody. Hotep. Tanko Jasanab, the Frikek. Peace. Uncle Justin, have nephew.